Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from the Pointe du Lac Plantation House, discussing the 1994 gothic horror film, Interview with the Vampire. This film was directed by Neil Jordan from a screenplay by Anne Rice, based upon her 1976 novel of the same name. After over a decade in development hell, Interview with the Vampire would finally rise with new life in a proper and fairly faithful adaptation. With decadent production design, captivating cinematography, an A-list cast portraying compelling characters, a masterful musical score, and an amazingly gothic atmosphere, this film would attain critical and commercial success, leaving its mark on the genre in the 30-plus years since its release. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Topher Williams, Lisa Misfit, TJ Bronson, Solomon, Mercedes X Bleeple, Laura Fizz, and Jules Sayapina Hunter. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. This is also my birthday pick for the year. So, Interview with the Vampire. What were your first impressions on the film?
This was my first time watching it on DVD or like streaming, whatever, because I always caught it when it was like on TNT, so it was broken up, and then there was commercials, so I'm sure I didn't sit through the whole thing. But I did read it was the Vampire Chronicles. I think it came out in 2002, so it was Interview with the Vampire, Lestat the Vampire, and Queen of the Damned.
Okay.
So I made it through Interview with the Vampire and then Lestat the Vampire halfway, and I can't remember why I stopped reading it, but God, that had to be in 2007, 2008. So I barely remember anything that happened. So I'm like, this is going to be I'm going to go into this expecting the best. This was a pretty good movie. I don't know what I expected. I think I expected a little more than what I got. There's a few things I don't like. I can straight out say I don't like. And there's other things that this is a pretty good little story. The people that kind of like pop up here and there, I was like, oh, okay. I was like, damn, where the hell? But it was more like, again, I'm following the story and I don't know where I know they're here. I just don't know where. Mm-hmm. And then seeing them, I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. But yeah, I did enjoy this. I don't know if I would say for me if it was great, but it was a pretty good movie.
I think I'm kind of with you. I haven't seen this, I think, since I was a teenager. And so it was basically a fresh watch. But I mean, you have vampires, it's gothic, we're in New Orleans.
Uh-huh.
And it's 90s Christian Slater, Brad Pitt, and Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
Forget about the other one. But this should have been, I really, maybe my hopes were too high.
Okay.
I thought that this has the makings of something that would be like tailor-made for me. And I liked it. I'm just disappointed that I didn't love it. I think there are certain I like the structure of the way that the story is being told.
Yeah.
But I think as you get further into the movie, for a 2-hour movie, once you get to a certain point, it feels like it's like, okay, hurry up. We gotta get to the like, it's like, why is everything happening so fast? We introduce these very interesting characters and we barely get any time with them. We barely understand. I'll out myself. I barely understood what the conflict was. I'm just like, everyone's mad. Like this could be cool. You know what I mean? But I think that this was good. I just wanted it to be great. The performances are really good. It's really a beautiful film. A lot of the shots are gorgeous. Mm-hmm. I've said, more than my fair share about how I idealize New Orleans. I mean, all the makings are there. There's just something I think narratively missing for me. And Kirsten Dunst fucking kills it.
Yes.
She is this little child and just fucking honestly stealing the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I mean, everybody, I'll be honest, but Tom Cruise, I feel like is an incredible casting. There's something about his casting that is just off to me. And it gets better, I would say, as the film goes on, but there's something that it just never fully worked for me. And I think, I don't know, just the list of people that we could have gotten at this time or that would have fit during this time, for it to be him is kind of mind-boggling to me. And I know that he was like the biggest star in the world or whatever.
Right.
There's something about him being Lestat that just chaps my ass.
No, I agree, because I feel the same way. I do like his character and what's going. I like Lestat the character, but I think maybe it's just that, because I'm not a big fan either, and
it's just very odd.
I think sometimes it's like I don't know. It took me out a little bit, and maybe it's him. I don't know, or maybe it's like you're saying, but
I just couldn't get over that's who, and I understand motivations of why he would be perfect for this role.
Right.
But I think those are the wrong motivations. I don't know. I just didn't. That was odd for me.
When you say motivations, are you thinking financial or
Yes.
the fact? Okay, I thought I think he's a psychopath.
Yeah.
yeah, no, yeah.
Not for him.
Yeah.
For the studio.
Right. And I do think I will say that's my personal opinion of Tom Cruise as a person.
Yes.
I do not care for him, but I personally think that he is one of the biggest strengths in this film. I find his performance to be absolutely scene-stealing and captivating. Huh. And I think that he is able to balance the emotions necessary depending on what the moment calls for. But I also don't care for him.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of separating art from artist kind of
right.
a thing.
I just think that him as a human being aside, you know what I mean? It's just odd casting for me. And he doesn't do I'm not saying like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, he doesn't do a bad job. And especially as like things ramp up, he's a good actor. He does, maybe it's aesthetically, I don't know what it is. I just don't think Tom Cruise, hot vampire. Like, that's just not, that my brain doesn't go there. It's no one that I would have ever picked.
So you're making that clear.
I just want everybody to know.
I think he's brilliant, I will say.
Okay.
But in the same vein as you, I also watched this a lot whenever I was a teenager. Like a lot. Mm-hmm. Very heavy rotation. And it was one of the things that in my mind, it was like, wow, 1994 was a great year for film.
It was.
But it was just, I think as a teenager, you love being swept up in this world that is so not your own. Also, just the fascination that has been a lifelong thing, like you said, with New Orleans. It is just this, like, I don't know, maybe because we've never been there, but it's like this dream location that feels just like out of time, but just, I don't know, there's something so special about it. But I loved the conceit, this idea of a vampire being interviewed and learning his entire life through him telling his own story.
Right.
I love the atmosphere of it, and of course, just the story itself. And so that was why I picked it to be my birthday film this year.
Okay.
Returning to it as an adult, because I have not watched it in years.
Right.
Probably, maybe close to 2 decades.
Damn.
But it feels strange to say that now.
Right.
When this episode releases, the next day I will be turning 35. But is it perfect? No. I have a lot of issues with it, I think. There are some things that don't age necessarily well, some things that I think they could have gone a little further with that seemed maybe like studio kind of keeping them from being a little more than what you would think it should be.
It did feel a little safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
For how brutal this story is. You know what I mean?
Completely agree.
Yeah.
I still do think it's great, even with these shortcomings. There are some things, because I read most of the novel, though I was not able to finish it, unfortunately, in time. But I did watch a video from a YouTube channel called Why the Book Wins, and I can kind of explain a few of the things that they changed. Some things I do understand, some things are really disappointing.
Okay.
But I do think that with everything they did with the material, I still find it to be very interesting. The pacing is surprisingly good for me. I think that there is a character that we lose for a little while that kind of is very necessary, and maybe the second half of the film doesn't feel as fun as the first.
I think it's fun in a different way.
Yeah.
But the second part does leave me wanting more narratively.
Yeah.
I want more time, and I want more understanding of these characters, and of an instant connection that 2 of these characters made that I wish I could have been there for.
Yeah, no shit.
But yeah.
Deleted scene.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things is I feel like a lot of it for me is telling us and not showing us.
That's fair.
And
there could be a reason for that I'll talk about in a little bit.
Okay.
But I think that even with all of that, it's still very dark and brooding and existential, kind of a lot of the things that we appreciate in a film, where it does kind of lean more on how it feels than what is happening necessarily.
Okay.
Things that I kind of appreciate, where you kind of do fall into this world and become a part of it. The really lavish and gorgeous production design, the score, which I think is kept very interesting and beautiful throughout. I think that some of the character dynamics are very interesting, could be more interesting. But I don't know. I think that it's very thoughtful and poignant. There's heart, there's humor, there's tragedy, there's romance. But all of these things I think could be dialed up a little more.
Right.
Okay.
But like you had said, the performances I think are incredible.
Yeah.
Kirsten Dunst is unbelievable. We talk about it a lot, where a child actor can make or break. I feel like that's probably the strongest performance in the film is Kirsten Dunst.
She
No,
steals
she's doing
it.
good.
She really
Yeah.
does.
My only complaint about the performances, I think that Brad Pitt does well with what he's given a lot of the time. Sometimes he can be kind of just a little dull, a little one note. There are some line readings that I'm like, you didn't want to do that again? That was the one that you picked?
I feel like they didn't give his character enough. That's how I feel.
That's what I was gonna say. I think that's just kind of what they told him to do.
Because he's a very passive character, and like things are happening around him, and it would be more interesting to see more from him at all. But I feel like that's. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's half and half, because sometimes it's what you're given, sometimes it's what you do with it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're right that he is very passive, but I think that there are just some things that are just flat out flat. And I think that is maybe a matter of direction, But I also think that Brad Pitt, because I have seen him do better.
I think that's why I always give excuses when I know an actor's a good actor.
Like, come on.
If it's a weird role, I'm like, it's direction. It's character
Well, he's
choice.
supposed to be goth, you know?
Right. He's moody. He's listening to the Smiths. Give him a break.
But I think, and that is a thing as well, where it's like, this should be his character's story, but so much of it does depend on other people, and kind of the focus shifts to where maybe he doesn't have a chance to be as much as he should.
For sure.
Okay,
He's in the back seat.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're interviewing you, dude.
Yeah.
No,
It's like, tell us your life. And I will say, as an adult, I think I got the wrong idea from this film, because whenever I was a teenager, like I would watch it and be like, man, it'd be so cool to be a vampire.
Yeah.
But it's not the message.
No, yeah, not at all.
And there's a point at the end of the film that I'm like, oh, I'm the interviewer.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what you
Like,
got.
oh,
from
damn, I fucked up.
Before you get into production, I just wanted to shout out the makeup is really, really, really good.
Yeah.
Agreed. I think they make some cool choices in what is a vampire in their world.
Yeah.
Because I think that the teeth can really be a thing that is either amazing or a detriment to how your vampire looks.
Yeah.
No,
And
sometimes we don't even have that.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That's
we
also
eat
a problem.
out of a hole in an arm or some shit.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
I mean, however.
But as is customary, before we get into discussing this film proper, I do want to talk about how it was made. I have a pretty good list of sources that I wanted to cite before we get into it all. That includes a commentary track with director Neil Jordan, a featurette called In the Shadow of the Vampire, The Making of Interview with the Vampire, as well as articles in The Telegraph, Variety, Nerdist, Collider, The Los Angeles Times, ComingSoon.net, the American Society of Cinematographers, and an excerpt from the book The Encyclopedia of Vampires, Werewolves, and Other Monsters by Rosemary Guiley.
Very nice.
So to tell the story of Interview with the Vampire, we have to go back in time over 50 years to 1969.
Okay.
This is when then unknown and unpublished writer Anne Rice had an inkling of an idea, one that probably seems quite obvious to us now from the title. What if you could interview a vampire? And what if you interviewed a vampire and he told you everything that he had experienced in his long life? This idea would eventually be fleshed out into a 30-page short story, which would soon be stashed away without ever reaching a publisher. It wasn't until 4 years later, in 1973, after suffering a family tragedy, which was the loss of her 5-year-old daughter Michelle to leukemia, that Rice decided to return to this short story as a way to channel and work through her tremendous grief. This eventually would expand her idea into a novel of over 300 pages. This manuscript would face quite a bit of rejection before finally being sold to Knopf Publishing House in 1974. It was sold for $12,000, which is $85,000 in today's money.
Woo!
This advance was actually 3 times more what was usually offered for a first novel. And so it was kind of clear that Knopf saw something in this property.
Yeah.
And they were very right to. Because even though the reviews initially were kind of mixed when it was released in 1976, we now know that this novel would go on to achieve an amazing following and spawn 12 sequels in its series, which would become known, as we discussed, as the Vampire Chronicles, selling tens of millions of copies over the decades.
Mm-hmm.
But it was also in 1976 when the film rights to the novel were purchased by Paramount, who initially saw this property as a vehicle for John Travolta.
Why is that working for me better?
I was going to say, I'm not mad at that.
Hold on. Not to play a vampire.
Oh.
He would have played the interviewer.
Okay.
No.
I mean, as he's there. All right. Well.
You seem a little lukewarm now.
Oh, yeah. Well,
It's not
as good.
yeah, we don't get a lot of them.
What about Nick Cage?
In
As
1976?
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been great.
Lestat at the time, it was being courted by none other than Leonard Nimoy, personally.
What?
Leonard Nimoy.
This project didn't go anywhere.
A Travolta Nimoy
Yeah.
interview with the
I
vampire?
don't know.
We'll figure Louis out later. But yes, it fell apart, as I said, this project, and so would begin almost 2 decades of start and stop production woes for the property. It would travel through various producers over the years, undergoing various rewrites, where it would almost be revived once again in the 1980s. Paramount was probably attempting to capitalize on the recent successes of vampire films like The Lost Boys, which we discussed on episode 127, and Fright Night, which we discussed on episode 197.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of sevens in the end of all of our... I think Blackula is 307. This is 317.
All right.
A little strange.
Yeah.
But possibly due to the novel's themes of homoeroticism, the executives at Paramount deemed the film to be, quote, politically impossible to make at the time.
What?
So possibly at the behest of Paramount, this is when Anne Rice rewrites the script herself to try to get it made, reworking the character of Louis, the titular vampire that's being interviewed, to instead be a woman. And producers were eyeing Cher to take on the role.
If we were to go that route, I'm into it. But oh my God, just let the boys kiss. I don't understand. I was gonna wait until we got there, but that's severely missing in this film for me. Like there are at least 3 opportunities where I'm like, oh, and then it just cuts.
It's surprising, honestly.
It's missing. Like it is omitted. It's not like. Because very often I'll be like, oh, they're together. You know what I mean? In my head. But it's like, no, it's right there in front of us. You guys are just fucking dumb and cowards. And it made me mad. Anyway.
Understandable.
Anyway.
But when this also didn't work out, Rice retreated back to her novels, writing 2 more entries into the Vampire Chronicles, as you discussed, The Vampire Lestat and Queen of the Damned, both of which would become bestsellers and bolster the value, marketability, and name recognition of her entire series. The film rights would eventually be acquired by Warner Brothers in the 90s, who were determined to finally get this picture made. They enlisted the help of David Geffen, a billionaire record executive and businessman, who also happened to be a massive fan of Anne Rice's work. With Geffen, an openly gay man, signed on as producer, it was crucial to him that the story of the novel be told faithfully, rather than attempting to change it like Paramount had tried to.
Mm-hmm.
People in a lot of interviews called Geffen the, quote, hero of the entire project, and we'll get into a few more reasons why soon.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But with this intention in mind, Geffen offers Rice the opportunity to write a proper adaptation of her novel, which she is obviously more than happy to do. Her screenplay would come in at a whopping 180 pages, telling the tale of Interview with the Vampire, admittedly with a few plot points excised, but also incorporating elements from The Vampire Lestat and Queen of the Damned.
Okay.
But with the script finally written, Geffen realizes that it's time to search for a director. Anne Rice's first choices of a director were Ridley Scott and David Cronenberg.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They were offered the chance to direct, but both turned it down.
Okay.
Could be very different, this film.
Yeah.
But Geffen then had another idea. Neil Jordan, who had just won an Academy Award for his film The Crying Game. He sent the script to Jordan, who read it feverishly on a flight to Paris and was immediately captivated by it. After also reading the source material, he only became more certain that this was the perfect project for him. Jordan had previously made the film The Company of Wolves with the writer Angela Carter, which he saw as a postmodernist take on werewolf legends, and he had always wanted to do the same thing with vampires and with Angela Carter. But unfortunately, Carter had passed away in 1992, and so he thought that he would never get the opportunity, and then suddenly, here it is. But Jordan's intention was to make Interview with the Vampire on an epic scale equal to Gone with the Wind by way of Francis Ford Coppola's recent 1992 hit, Bram Stoker's Dracula, which we discussed on episode 257. Jordan saw Coppola's Dracula as a game changer, where vampire films used to be seen as cheaply made films that offered brilliant uses of minimal resources. Coppola's film introduced opulence and theatricality in a way that he really wanted to emulate. But Jordan only had 2 conditions before he would accept the job as director. The first is that he wanted to be able to rewrite the entire script himself, And the second was that Geffen would be a middleman and keep the studio off of his back during production.
Okay.
Geffen agreed to both terms, and so Jordan put all of his other projects on hold to accept the job. So regarding Jordan's rewrite, it was quite extensive, and though he removed references to the vampire Lestat and Queen of the Damned, he reincorporated elements from the novel Interview with the Vampire that Rice herself had removed. He, much like Geffen, was a huge fan of the novel, and he sought to maintain the atmosphere that he felt reading it in his rewrite. But because of the rules at the Writers Guild of America, Rice would maintain sole credit for the screenplay, even though it's not really hers anymore.
Wow.
I wonder how she felt about that.
Yeah.
What, someone using her characters and writing a...
Mm-hmm.
Probably not good.
Probably not good, yeah. And still slapping her name on it.
Yeah.
On their fan fiction, basically, yeah.
But when you look at it, as far as marketability is concerned, it does look way better, especially when the film begins and you see that.
Yeah.
For sure. I took notice of it. It's in my notes. I was like,
yeah.
oh shit, she did the screenplay?
Yeah.
It's like, nah.
I will say, though, having read a chunk of it and kind of looking at the differences and everything, I think that it is fairly faithful.
Yeah.
I don't know how avid Anne Rice readers feel necessarily.
Right.
But I think at least what I know of the novel, I think that Jordan was very respectful.
Yeah.
But the production was given a staggering budget of $70 million. And Geffen, a man of his word, kept the studio completely at bay and allowed Jordan to work his magic without much oversight. Jordan had previously told Geffen that he only knew how to make independent films, and so Geffen told him in return, then make it like an independent film.
Right.
Okay.
And so he did, which was kind of unheard of for a studio film with a budget this large.
Yeah.
I don't know if the fact that he was an Oscar winner helped to kind of give a little more leeway, but I was surprised to learn that any of this was possible.
Yeah.
And I know we'll talk about it a little bit later, but the casting of the main characters proved quite controversial. And when they filmed on location in New Orleans, San Francisco, London, and Paris, the set had to be shielded at all times from paparazzi.
Oh, I bet.
But principal photography took over 100 days, with only 2.5 of those days taking place during the daytime.
Wow.
God.
They could have interviewed themselves, honestly.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. But then you think about it when you're watching the film and it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But when all was said and done, the film was almost 2.5 hours long. And before Jordan could make the cuts that he wanted to make, Geffen decided to show the film to a paid test audience to gauge what they liked and what they didn't like about the film. Jordan was not in favor of this at all, and he was pretty upset about it, but it resulted in a full 20 minutes of the film being cut before its eventual release.
Okay.
Damn.
And I think it's kind of messed up because he had ideas himself of what he wanted to cut.
Yeah.
And it's like, I thought I could do whatever I wanted, and you were like my bodyguard.
He's like, till it's done.
But does that make you want to tell more of the truth if you're getting paid for it, or are you just like, whatever that guy said, give me my $20?
For the...
Oh, the paid?
The test
Right.
audience.
Yeah. Oh,
Like how many
yeah.
of them were
Yeah.
really like
It's
being
like,
honest? It was just like, I can get my money and go.
They were just
right?
sleeping through it.
yeah. Whose name is on the check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with him.
Whatever he
Yeah.
said.
David Griffin or whatever.
Yeah.
But after almost 20 years, Interview with the Vampire would finally reach theaters on November 11th, 1994, opening at number 1 at the box office and eventually making $223 million against its $70 million budget.
Damn.
So it was a hit.
Yeah.
Though creative differences wouldn't allow them to follow it up immediately with a sequel, the franchise would continue in other ways, like the eventual somewhat sequel, Queen of the Damned, as well as the more in-depth adaptation through a television series on AMC, which is currently running, which Jules tells me is very great. But it's safe to say that in the 50 years since the source material was published, and in the 30-plus years since this film's release, it has definitely attained some level of immortality.
Very good.
Now, before we sink our fangs into this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's drink and live forever. So as the film begins, we find ourselves gliding above the Golden Gate Bridge, with the captivating colors of sunset at the horizon cast over the dark evening waters of the ocean. We arc over the tall towers of the structure, with small lights of vehicles occupying all lanes of traffic down below, and as a choir of voices joins a thoughtful piano in the score, we descend upon bespeckled skyscrapers across the bay at the port of San Francisco and into the city. The title appears in white over the vibrant skyline. Interview with the Vampire. The Vampire Chronicles. So this is the second film that I've written a script for that we descend upon the port of San Francisco. The other one was Zodiac.
Okay.
Which was also a birthday movie.
Yeah.
But at the time of this film's release, only 4 of the eventual 13 novels of the series had been released.
Okay.
And with a title like this, you would have to think that they were already imagining sequels.
Mm-hmm.
And they were. I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but after the success of this film, Jordan was immediately contacted and asked to write a script for The Vampire Lestat, and he did, but Tom Cruise refused to return as he didn't do sequels at the time, and in 2 years later, he would make the first Mission Impossible, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I think there were 40 more of them.
Something like that.
40, 45.
Something.
Well, they probably should have considered that when they were casting Lestat, that they would probably need Lestat again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, whatever.
Like maybe
great casting.
a contract or something.
Yeah.
But-
he did great.
He did do great. But as the opening credits continue, we sail past the sizzling neon sign at the port to hover above the well-lit path of Market Street down below. As the score grows sinister, we eventually settle onto a sidewalk and set our sights on the triangular exterior of the Hotel St. Mark, its sign lit in a bright blue across the street. Crossing over to the other side, an ominous organ accompanies us as we stride past pedestrians, between vehicles and cable cars, to finally reach our destination, our eyes climbing stained stones to peer into a window which is centered at the top floor of the hotel, where we see a man standing in silhouette as he stares out into the city. Just a side note, through all the research, a lot of people kept saying that this was called the Hotel St. Martin, and there's even sites that show filming locations, but it straight up says St. Mark. I don't know why that's everywhere. But I did want to point out, as a kid, I was just incredibly amazed by how cool the sweeping shots were and how we just center on this building and everything.
Right.
I never for a moment stopped to think that maybe we're in the point of view of somebody.
Right.
And
Interesting.
Okay.
I think that kind of changes everything, and especially the end of the film.
Right.
But with his back to us, surveying the city lights with his hair pulled back in a ponytail, Louis de Pont-du-Lac, played by Brad Pitt, calmly asks, "So, you want me to tell you the story of my life?"
Brad Pitt, we talked about him in 7.
We did.
And it's Brad Pitt.
Right.
I had read that it was so, like you were saying, to them always filming at night.
Mm-hmm.
It was so gloomy and dreary. And he said that you're outside in the dark and then you're filming inside of dark mausoleums. And then you come back outside and it's dark, that he was like, I can't take this anymore. He said that he was friends with David Geffen and he called him and was like, how do I get out of this? How much is it going to cost me to get out of this? And David Geffen told him $40 million. And he was like, all right. He said that made him like, I got to stick it out. I got to man up and do this. But he was done. Like, he did not want to be in this anymore. Maybe that's where T's picking up.
Yeah, I was going to say. Starting to understand. It's like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was miserable.
Wow.
And like seasonal depression and stuff, it's very real. And maybe just being in the dark constantly. He was just he said he was like, I cannot do this. I have to get out of this. For me, it sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. But sitting behind Louis at a table at the center of the room is Daniel Malloy, played by Christian Slater, who readies his recorder in front of him, explaining that this is what he does. He interviews people. He's a collector of lives. FM radio KFRC.
I believe his son's a robot. I'm not sure, but Christian Slater.
Like I never watched
Yes, no, I didn't make it that far. He was in Heathers in 89, True Romance in 93, Very Bad Things in 98, and 3,000 Miles to Graceland in 01. Fantastic movie.
Very Bad Things. Hyperfixation film. No, we shouldn't have been watching it. I tucked that away and I felt like a sleeper agent being activated when he said that. I love him.
Yeah.
I think he is so great and so underrated. This is really sad, but this role was supposed to be, or was initially played by River Phoenix.
Yeah.
And he passed away during filming. And so Christian Slater stepped into the role, and Neil Jordan said that he gave his salary to a charity that River Phoenix was associated with. So he didn't take any money for this.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I feel like he has such there's just a vibe to Christian Slater.
For sure.
And I feel like it works so well in this film because everything is so dreary. We need that sarcastic kind of a thing, you know? Louis notes that Daniel will have to have a lot of tape for his story, but Daniel has come prepared with a bag full of tapes right next to him on the table. The interviewer snags a cigarette from his pack, tapping its filter on the table as Louis lightly accuses, "You followed me here, didn't you?" Daniel cops to this immediately, admitting with a sharp exhale and a smirk that Louis seemed quite interesting. As he takes in his surroundings and lights his smoke, he asks if this is where Louis lives, but Louis answers, no, it's just a room.
Already. Louis' vibe. I don't know why Daniel is comfortable sitting at this table with his back to Louis. We haven't even properly seen him yet, and I'm already like, I need to keep an eye on you.
Daniel decides to press the buttons on his recorder to officially begin his interview, turning his head to ask the first and very simple question. What do you do? Louis responds with certainty and without hesitation. I'm a vampire. This earns a chuckle from a disbelieving Daniel, noting that he's never heard that before, and he wonders if Louis means this literally. And he does. Even more, Louis reveals that he was waiting for Daniel in that alley. He was watching him, and then Daniel began to speak. Daniel scoffs at his lucky break, and Louis counters that perhaps it's a lucky break for the both of them. After a small silence and a drag on his cigarette, Daniel finally asks a follow-up, inquiring as to what Louis means when he says that he was waiting for him. What was he gonna do? Kill him? Drink his blood? All that stuff? Louis answers that he was. Which is
all right.
Troubling.
Thank you for being honest.
I came prepared.
Right.
I've rubbed garlic all over myself in one spot. You will have to find it.
Right. Jesus Christ.
What does Saul tell him about the trap or some shit? He's like, "Good luck with the trap," or whatever. You're gonna have to earn
whatever.
this. Yeah, you're gonna have to.
I don't think the quote is "Good luck with the trap."
Well, you're gonna have to earn it, Louis. Go ahead.
It's like, wow, he was very polite at the end.
Thanks, John.
Well, he was trying to teach us something, right?
He was.
He
I
wasn't
think.
Amanda.
I mean,
No.
initially.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Eventually, he was just cruel.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Louis says that Daniel doesn't need to be concerned with that now. The score sizzles suspensefully as Daniel speaks through his own doubts. You really believe this, don't you? And still standing in the shadows, Louis finally turns to face his interviewer, insisting that they can't begin this way. He suggests that they should turn on the light. Daniel seems to recall that vampires don't like the light, but Louis counters that, much like pigs, vampires love it. Louis explains that he only wanted to prepare Daniel, and in an instant, the light switch at the far wall is flicked on, the bright bulb beaming over Daniel's head as Louis stands blurry at the switch, And just as soon as the light illuminated the interviewer, so does Louis settle into his seat at the center of the room, his speed startling Daniel right out of his chair. Daniel's fear escapes him with a Jesus Christ, but Louis offers soothingly for Daniel not to be frightened. He wants this opportunity. Daniel just stares into the pale face of the supposed vampire, Louis's eyes glowing a ghastly green, and faint blue veins branching across his flesh like cracks in a marble sculpture.
Yeah, dude, that's a vampire.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
That's fully a vampire.
I'm starting to believe you.
So this makeup is already pretty cool, and we haven't even gotten into anything yet.
Yeah.
But it was Stan Winston that was the head, and it's like, that tracks.
Yeah.
You know, he's fantastic. But he had devised the actors, and we'll see obviously more vampires, but the actors that were playing vampires would hang upside down for half an hour so that their real veins popped out through their skin. And then he said that they would spend like 3 hours tracing intricately the actors' real veins, like the patterns through their skin. And so, I mean, that's a really long time.
Yeah.
But I think that it's such an interesting touch because he said that he wanted to ground, like, this is a different type of creature, but he wanted to ground them in their human bodies. And so I think tracing their veins, that's a really interesting way to kind of convey that.
Yeah.
And using the actors' real veins instead of like just making them up. I was like, so if they get like passionate, it's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I thought that was really, really smart.
But Daniel demands to know how Louis did that. Crossing a bit closer to the table as Louis explains that he did it the same way that Daniel did. A series of simple gestures. Only Louis moves too fast for Daniel to see. He adds that he is flesh and blood, but he isn't human. He hasn't been human for 200 years. And with his long-fingered hand, Louis gestures at the chair across from him, bidding Daniel to return to it. He asks, "Shall we begin like David Copperfield? I am born, I grew up?" Or perhaps they should begin when Louis was born to darkness, as he calls it. He supposes that this is where they should start. And as Daniel sits nervously in his chair, he finally grasps the gravity of the situation he's in. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Louis wonders why he should lie. And he immediately launches into his story, narrating, 1791. That was the year that it happened. This is a fantastic opening sequence, I think. It not only establishes, of course, this narration that's going to continue for the rest of the film, but it really helps to sell the entirety of what Louis is.
Yeah.
And sets the stage for everything that we're about to witness. I think that is just really, really smart.
No, I enjoyed this vehicle for us to kind of get through the stories and what's happening.
Yeah.
I did like that.
But through a flourish of a harp and the score, we're returned to the 18th century and the beginning of Louis' story at a small port in Louisiana on the bank of the Mississippi River. The sunset streaks over a pair of merchant ships which sail across the vast waters as dozens of workers man the docks unloading cargo. Louis explains that he was 24, younger than Daniel is now, but times were different then. Louis was a man at that age, the master of a large plantation just south of New Orleans. I do understand times are different, but it did feel a little shady to Daniel in that moment. He's like, you don't know what you're doing
You
with
ain't
your life.
shit.
But we arc over the dock workers to find Louis on horseback, ascending a hill in his flowing garments befitting of the era, riding down the long path toward the sprawling facade of his manor. So about this shot and the plantation house, they had said that one of the things that they utilized in their production design was the use of subtle and basically imperceptible digital effects and digital imaging.
Okay.
And so one of the people that Jordan had mentioned on the commentary was the guy by the name of Rob Legato, who worked with Digital Domain. He had done previous work at the time for the Star Trek universe.
Okay.
But he would go on to work a lot with Martin Scorsese and Robert Zemeckis. And possibly his most important credit is as a visual effects consultant on Final Fantasy VIII.
All right.
So, but Legato worked to extend the sets that they built and helped to build a broader picture of the various periods that would be represented in the film. So this opening shot, the dock at the bank of the river is real, but Legato extended the river and filled it with era-specific ships.
Okay.
So often the production design in this film is a combination of real buildings that are physically there and digital additions that you would never guess were there.
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Especially for the time.
Yeah, I will be honest. Again, we watch a lot of movies, so you do kind of notice stuff like that.
Yeah.
I still really like the way it looked.
Yeah.
I was like, that's really cool. It does kind of put me in, like you're saying, the setting where we're at.
Absolutely. And one of the things that Jordan had said, to Nay's point, was that they were one of the first films to do things like this
Okay.
in the production design, because usually visual effects like that are used for something different.
Yeah.
Right.
And so he was really touting the fact that that was a thing, but he also said that because it's so imperceptible, when it came time for award season, nobody even knew that it was done.
Right.
And so it's kind of a shame in that regard.
Yeah.
I guess that's how you know you did a good job, though.
True.
He's like, picture it. Fisherman's Horizon.
So anyway, that's something else.
wait.
But the house that Louis rides to is a real plantation house in New Orleans that's called Oak Valley. And they used exteriors and interiors for a lot of the shooting.
Okay.
So when we get inside this house and you see how kind of opulent and decadent it is,
Yeah.
that's the real location.
Oh, damn.
But Louis reveals that he had lost his wife in childbirth and that she and the infant had been buried less than half a year. He admits that he would have been happy to join them. We then find Louis mourning the loss of his loved ones at a large mausoleum, the carved statue of an angel marking the grave of his wife as Louis drinks from a glass bottle of liquor. He admits in voiceover that he couldn't bear the pain of their loss, and he longed to be released from it. So this is one of the major changes from the novel as far as the inspiration of Louis' grief that leads him to a place like this, to where he is desiring death so much.
Mm-hmm.
In the novel, it's his younger brother that passes away.
Okay.
What happens is his brother starts to have visions, and so he tries to convince Louis to sell their entire plantation so that he can go to France and kind of become a religious figure. And Louis is like, I'm not selling our plantation. It's just not going to happen. And so Louis' brother walks out and falls to his death.
Oh,
Holy shit.
And so that is obviously not only grief, but guilt
Yeah.
for Louis. This, I feel like it kind of sets it up in a different way, to where it's kind of putting into your mind that Louis is dealing with the loss of having a family.
Okay.
And that can maybe set some motivations up later to why he would maybe be
For sure.
Right.
susceptible to
Yeah.
something, you know? But that evening in 1791, we comb through the dim dark, past golden fires burning through the town square, to reach up to the sign and the second-floor balcony outside of the Taverne du Chat Noir. It's the Black Cat Tavern. It's fantastic.
Okay.
But inside, a listless Louis sits gambling at a table as a woman, played by Virginia McCullum, wraps her arms around him from behind. As he lays his cards out on the table, Louis narrates that he wanted to lose it all: his wealth, his estate, his sanity. I thought this was very well timed in the edit, because every time he lays down a card, he says something else.
Yeah,
I
it was
like,
good.
all right. But the woman over his shoulder glances down at his cards, revealing 4 aces, and she flashes a smirk to the gambler across the table, played by John McConnell, Louis' opponent, who sits furious at the turn of the cards.
John McConnell, he's got a credit in Monsters Ball from 01,
Oh,
The Lady Killers from 04, and he was on 11 episodes of Roseanne.
Oh.
he looked very familiar. I was
He
wondering.
did.
Yeah.
The gambler sneers. How many aces are in that deck? But Louis just asks if he's calling him a cheat, to which the gambler launches from his chair, flipping the table in front of them, which hilariously knocks over a couple right next to him. But as the gambler unholsters a small gun, he spits that he's in fact calling Louis a piece of stinking offal. But to the drawn and cocked pistol, Louis just sits, baring his chest as he implores, "You lack the courage of your convictions, sir. Do it." Thought it was a little flat.
He doesn't
He's
care.
depressed.
Yeah, he doesn't
He
care.
doesn't care about his performance.
All right. All right.
But as we watch from a second-floor balcony, over the shoulder of a shadowed stranger surveying the gathered crowd below, Louis admits in voiceover that most of all, he longed for death, something he now understands. He invited it, a release from the pain of living. The gambler lowers his weapon in seeming disbelief.
He's like, well, now I don't want to. It's like, dude, you
That's
were
no fun.
Yeah, you were into it 2 seconds ago.
But the woman gathers a drunken Louis from his chair, aiding his staggered steps through the cluttered tavern and toward the exit. But we stay on the second floor, following this phantom stranger outside as he peers over the railing, through the foggy dark, and down to Louis. Louis continues onward, leaning on the woman next to him as they traverse wooden walkways leading them away from the tavern. But a man, played by Mike Seelig, trails close behind them observantly. Louis narrates that his invitation was open to anyone, to the whore at his side, to the pimp that followed, and as they cross a dirty and unpaved street together, the silhouette of the man watching them on the balcony now rests adjacent to their path, watching Louis intently from the shadows, as Louis reveals to the interviewer that it was a vampire who accepted his invitation. Louis is led to the dark seclusion of the nearby docks, where the woman pushes him against the wall and lowers herself to her knees in front of him. But before business gets a-boomin', the woman's pimp finally makes his presence known, unfolding a small penknife and pressing the blade of it to Louis's throat. He orders, "Give me your money, or you die." But Louis just stares at him without a response, until suddenly, the pimp is promptly seized from behind, ripped right out of the frame, as Louis collapses onto a stack of burlap sacks at his side. A firm grip clutches the throat of the woman who tricked Louis, and she's raised off of her feet with a pained shriek, her neck broken, and her body tossed aside into the water with a splash. And through the darkness descends Lestat de Lioncourt, a vampire played by Tom Cruise, baring his fangs and sinking them sharply into Louis's pale throat.
So much happened in like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And I feel like going from getting domed out to bled out is fucking diabolical. Like this was not the sucking that he
Oh,
had bargained for.
Well,
I don't think it's fair.
For a minute, he was fine because he was getting thinner, and then he made eye contact with the pimp, and
said, "Oh,
I'm
fine."
sure that helped.
Well, there's poor Lestat, there's no blood up there. It's just
he had
like
to work extra hard.
it's just air.
Tom Cruise, he was in Mission Impossible in 96, Vanilla Sky in 01, War of the Worlds in 05, good movie, Tropic Thunder in 08, and other stuff. He did some other stuff.
He's Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
I read that Anne Rice fucking hated the casting of Tom Cruise as Lestat initially, and that she even she was very vocal about it. She said that casting Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt was like casting Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer as 19th century French vampires.
Okay.
She was not happy. And they said she even called Tom Cruise to tell him, "You're wrong for this."
Leaving rude messages. You're gonna die tonight.
I'm watching you, bitch.
It's part of system.
Yes. She knows what she's doing.
But she did say that after she saw the film, she thought that he understood it and was absolutely perfect.
Okay.
So it was like a complete 180.
Right.
And Jordan was like, at least the quote that I read was kind of wild. He said something about her being finally happy or something like that. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
It's backhanded.
Yeah.
I understand, because if you look at it on paper and you were told that, you're like, Tom fucking Cruise?
Yeah.
But I think that he does incredible in this role. I really do.
There was a lot of debate, like when it was announced, because some people were really excited, and a lot of fans of the book were like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Like, it was a lot. It was very divisive, and the casting was super polarizing. And I had read that even Oprah, she said that the whole film was demonic and evil, and that she couldn't believe that someone of Tom Cruise's caliber, which is hilarious, would take part in this.
Calm down.
I know.
He'll be jumping on your couch in 5 years, dude.
She's like, he's too evil for this.
It's like, you didn't let me finish. But Louis jolts out of his drunkenness, reaching his hand to clutch the collar of Lestat's royal blue garments, blood spilling from the vampire's mouth as he feeds from the fresh wound at Louis's neck. The pair rise together, levitating past the sails and masts of the docked ship as Lestat continues to drink, the blue veins in his face pulsing with every greedy gulp. With Louis seeming to give in to the sweet release of his life slipping away from him, Lestat pulls away. His mouth coated in crimson, he demands to know, "Do you still want death, or have you tasted it enough?" Louis answers weakly, "Enough." And with a smile, the vampire settles into a seat within the ship's sails, releasing Louis from his grasp, the man falling forever past the side of the ship to crash into the waiting water below.
That was mean.
Yeah.
Just let him drown?
Yeah.
But the following morning, Louis rises from the river, drenched and disoriented as he marches past a trio of uncredited children fishing at the bank.
Did they already make their withdrawal?
The river. Like, I'd like to open a savings account. And Louis is like, I don't have time for that. One thing that is kind of wild is that he spent all night in the river, I guess.
I guess so.
Because it's daylight.
Yeah.
But Louis narrates that the vampire left him on the banks of the Mississippi, somewhere between life and death. Louis staggers home, and we find him that evening, quite unwell, wrapped in the blankets of his bed and coughing incessantly. But when heavy footsteps suddenly surround him, Louis peers through half-lidded eyes, reaching quickly for the pistol beneath his pillow, pulling the hammer back and pointing it blindly in front of him. The weapon shaking in his hand, his raspy voice demands to know who this intruder is and what he's doing in his house. We see that it's Lestat, who glides across the floor from behind the curtains of Louis's canopy bed, answering simply that he's come to answer Louis's prayers. He inquires, "Life has no meaning anymore, does it? The wine has no taste, the food sickens you. There seems to be no reason for any of it, does there?" A harpsichord hums in the score, trills of notes tickled across it as Lestat finds his way to Louis's side of the bed, the man wiping at his weary face and peering through the curtains for the vampire, who now sinks down at eye level. Lestat offers, "But what if I could give it back to you? Pluck out that pain and give you another life, one you could never imagine." He promises that it will be for all time, and sickness and death could never touch Louis again. Lestat wipes Louis's face, his flesh slick with the sheen of sweat, as the vampire soothes him. "Don't be afraid. I'm going to give you the choice I never had."
Wouldn't it be... I don't know. Wouldn't it be nicer to give him the chance before you bit him?
Yeah. It's like, I'm still recovering quite a bit. Yeah, it's fair, because I don't know if Louis is going to make it.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
otherwise.
Yeah.
Lestat lifts Louis from his sheets, the camera settling on a jeweled chandelier hanging from the ceiling of his bedroom as the vampire guides the man outside. The following morning, we find Louis crossing through the streets that line the outskirts of his property as he explains in narration that day he was not yet a vampire, and it was then that he saw his last sunrise. Louis gazes outward through the trees, where the golden light of the sun rises distantly, its incandescent glow carving gorgeously through the haze hanging over the swamp. Louis notes that he remembers this sunrise completely, though he can't recall any sunrise before it. He watched the whole magnificence of the dawn for the last time as if it were the first, and then he said farewell to sunlight, setting out to become what he became. So for this last sunrise that we see Louis experience, they utilized a lot of real swamp locations in New Orleans, but they also built a lot of sets on sound stages. And sometimes they would switch back and forth between the two in such a way that you would probably never guess that they had done that.
Yeah.
This final sunrise, very amazingly, is entirely shot on a studio set.
Oh, wow.
It was the work of Academy Award-winning cinematographer Philip Rousselot. He did Constantine.
Okay.
And Big Fish.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I feel like it's just for JP.
Yeah, see?
But he built an artificial sun and was able to mimic the colors of the sunrise.
Damn.
They said that he also utilized this creation later in the film, which we have a much grimmer result from it.
Right.
But Jordan spoke about how he wanted to use state-of-the-art technologies like what Legato could offer, but also use technologies that hadn't changed since the beginnings of filmmaking, like what the cinematographer could do.
Yeah.
And it's such an interesting balance because you think about vampires and experiencing all of that, so it's very fitting thematically too.
Yeah.
This also sets up for something way later that I found like extremely heartfelt. Like it was very touching to me.
Oh, I agree. I think that's probably one of my favorite sequences.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that evening, Louis traipses impatiently through the stones of his family plot, finally taking a seat in front of the mausoleum as he continues to wait for Lestat. But as the camera arcs around him, we discover the vampire is there, a blur perched over Louis's shoulder, his arrival and inquiry startling Louis upright. Have you said your goodbyes to the light? Louis struggles to catch his breath, his slight nod barely registering, as suddenly, from the opposite direction, Lestat rushes for him, sinking his fangs into Louis's throat. A pained shriek escapes Louis, his frenzied fingers sinking into the folds of Lestat's coat and the golden locks of his hair as the vampire lowers him to the leaf-littered dirt. Louis offers no resistance as Lestat drinks deeply, the flesh of the man's face losing its color and growing a grim gray. Lestat rises from Louis, blood staining his lips as he whispers into his ear that he's drained him to the point of death, and if he leaves him here, he'll die. Or he could be young always, as they are now. But he says that Louis must tell him, will he come or no? It's bold.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here.
Say, keep biting.
He's like, and also, do you want to be a vampire?
Yeah.
Lying beneath Lestat, his eyes staring off into the ether, Louis answers within a breath. Yes. Lestat stands, baring his fangs and sinking them into his own wrist. He kneels at Louis's side, hovering his arm just above his lips for his blood to drip and for Louis to drink.
I feel like I know right now we're meeting Lestat and whatever, but I feel like I would probably carry something in for this, like a knife or something. Like Frank has his toe knife. I maybe just because vampires, it feels like, and then especially being this old back in the day, you're not washing your wrists. You're having unprotected sex. You're killing people. You're flying around. You're doing what, you know what I mean? Your wrists are probably nasty.
Yeah.
Don't put your mouth on that. And then,
well,
didn't they used to shake wrists because they didn't use toilet paper?
Yeah.
So you
Like,
got
I know.
shit wrists.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, you know what's weird is nobody ever talked about what you do to the other person's wrist. Like, it's like, I don't want to touch your hand, but yes, put all of your shit on my wrist. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's just not touch at all.
I can wave.
Yeah.
But to your point, Neil Jordan had the exact same idea, and we'll talk about that in just a second.
Okay.
Not about this shit.
all right.
I was like,
No, regarding always making him bite.
Right.
But Louis's pained mouth yawns open, reaching for the red liquid, and upon tasting only a few drops, Louis summons the strength to lift himself up, clutching Lestat's arm and forcing his mouth over his wrist. Louis drinks with hurried and harried hunger, Lestat's heart thumping over the humming strings in the score. The vampire grits his teeth, the score rising around him and shattering in a crescendo as he wrenches himself away from Louis's grasp. Louis writhes on the ground, his own heartbeat returning with force and ferocity as he attempts to crawl up the steps of the mausoleum, only to tumble backward in a heap as his heart rate slows. Lestat leans against a nearby stone in seeming ecstasy, leveling with Louis that his body is dying, but to pay no attention to it, as it happens to us all.
Pay no attention to it.
It's like it's pretty preoccupying.
Yeah.
It's kind of all I can think about right now.
Right, I've never done this before.
Right. Louis struggles against his own weakening breaths, a small chuckle escaping Lestat as Louis's life finally slips away from him and he lies still in the dirt. Lestat's blood staining his lips and the wound at his neck having wept into his white garments, Louis stares upward into eternity. Until suddenly, as we arc over him from above, blue veins appear beneath the now pallid flesh of his face, the blood which once stained his lips now evaporated, and the bite at his throat fully healed. A gasp of air passes beneath his sharply descended fangs and out of his half-opened mouth, his now unearthly green eyes darting around, aching to absorb the world around him as he rises with the new life granted to him by Lestat. Lestat leans down to Louis's level, the pair meeting each other's gaze, with Lestat imploring him, "Now, look with your vampire eyes." I feel like that could have been written better.
Yeah.
We're vampires now.
Oh, yeah.
But he lifts Louis to his feet, the young man staggering to peer upward at the marble angel perched above the grave of his lost love, her set stone eyes seeming to widen and watch him as he passes her by. Back at the Hotel St. Mark, Daniel leans in closer to Louis over his tape recorder, pleading with great interest to know what Louis saw. Louis answers that no words could explain it, that you might as well ask heaven what it sees. No human can know.
But why? I mean, I can describe it right now. The statue looked at me, got annoyed.
Maybe looked at you.
Yeah. I mean, it's not hard. It's like, come on, man.
My note was, well, can you at least try to describe it?
Yeah, I did.
It was scary. That's fine. I can work with that. But rising up from his reflection in the water in 1791, we find Louis crouched at the bank, every sight before him inspiring a bewildered wonder. He tells Daniel that statues seemed to move, but they didn't. The world had changed, yet stayed the same. A bird call from the nearby trees causes Louis to snap his head in its direction, focusing with fascination at the source of the sound. He explains to Daniel that he was a newborn vampire, weeping at the beauty of the night. Lestat watches from within the shadow of the branches as Louis rises to his feet, his eyes set on a great horned owl, which watches him from its perch on a branch, the bird's wings fluttering in flight through the swampy night. But in the hotel, Louis supposes that Daniel might want another cigarette, and the interviewer takes a moment to snap back to reality and out of the vampire's story to reach for the pack of smokes in his bag. Retrieving a cigarette, Daniel makes sure that his smoking isn't bothering Louis, and upon learning that it isn't, Daniel snarks that he doesn't assume that it would. It's not like he's going to die from cancer or anything. Louis smiles sharply that no, he doesn't think so. As Daniel lights up, he decides to dive a little deeper into vampire myths and lore. What about crucifixes? Can Louis look at them? Louis answers that actually, he's quite fond of looking at crucifixes. What about the whole stake through the heart thing? Louis calls this nonsense. But coffins, on the other hand, they are, unfortunately, a necessity.
What about sparkling in the sunlight?
That's new.
Ooh.
He's like, we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that.
But we are getting some rules.
Yes.
We're getting a little rules here, and I'm guessing so coffin, and because he's seen his last sunrise or sunset, so sun, everything else is out the window.
Seemingly.
Right.
For now.
For right now. Yeah.
But in some dingy and dusty cellar in 1791, Lestat leads Louis by candlelight into the walls of his own ornately decorated coffin, sliding open the lid for Louis to settle himself inside. He assures his progeny that soon he'll be sleeping as soundly as he's ever slept, and when he wakes, Lestat promises that he'll be waiting for him, and so will all the world. Louis lies nervously within the coffin, his eyes darting around the confined space that surrounds him, as above him, Lestat slides the coffin lid closed. Another small change that happens on Louis' first night as a vampire, in the novel, because in this scene we see him settle Louis into his coffin, and then there's a coffin in the far corner of the room,
Right.
where we assume Lestat will sleep. In the novel, Lestat only has one coffin.
Okay.
And so he invites Louis to sleep on top of him in their coffin.
Huh.
And again, this is one of those things that it's like, why isn't that here?
Yeah.
Bigotry.
Yeah.
That's why.
Because, I mean, you could have that connection between them on their very first night as vampires. And why would Lestat have fucking like two coffins lying around?
That's what I was just going to say. That would make more sense because,
It's like, oh, you're a hoe.
Yeah. No.
Why do you have an extra toothbrush in the bathroom?
Is this cab fare? What the fuck?
Lestat.
At least he's prepared.
You made a lot of promises last night.
It reminded me of Frank on Sunny. He's like, and I'll be in my dressing room. But the following evening, we pan across a candlelit square, which is filled with lively townsfolk, food and drink, and the vibrant tune of a violin. We glide over to a stage at the far end of the square, where performers in their masks, painted faces, and frilled costumes put on a play in the style of Commedia dell'arte. Louis narrates that blood, he would find, was a necessity as well, and he awoke the next evening with a hunger that he had never felt before. But at the table to the side of the stage and beneath the tremendous trunk of a tree sits Louis and Lestat. They're soon joined by a taverness, played by Bellina Logan, who finds a seat between the two men, filling Lestat's glass with wine, and boasting that once he tastes this, he'll never go to another tavern again.
Bellina Logan, she was in 7 episodes of Sons of Anarchy.
She was Chib's wife.
Oh.
Yeah. 27 episodes of ER from 96 to 08. And she did American Vandal in 2018.
American Vandal.
Oh my God.
That was a lot of fun.
That was so good.
But Lestat wonders if she thinks so, and instead asks, but what if I would rather taste your lips? He lowers his glass back to the table to caress the woman's face as she gazes into his eyes, gushing that her lips are even sweeter still. Louis sits despondent next to them, probably dealing with those hunger pangs he was talking about.
He's going through it.
Yeah.
But Lestat satisfies his appetite, pulling the taverness close to him, and in his embrace sinks his fangs into the flesh of her throat. She moans, leaning into the vampire's clutches as her eyes roll back in pleasure. But Lestat peers over her shoulder at Louis, suggesting to the taverness that his friend should taste her lips. Through her panting breaths, she inquires if Louis's kisses are as deep as Lestat's, and Lestat answers that they are even deeper. The taverness leans her head back to the waiting Louis, her tongue licking up at his lips, which seems to startle him a bit, but his mouth finally opens to meet hers, settling into the deep kiss promised to her by Lestat. But through his affection, blood begins to pour from the taverness's mouth and down the sides of her cheek. as the performance on stage appears to grow sexual, strange, and possibly problematic.
Yeah.
At the table, Lestat unveils a steel instrument worn on the tip of his thumb, sinking its pointed end into the wrist of the taverness. And this is what I was talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Jordan had said on commentary that the way that Lestat carries himself, he should have something to where he's not always having to bite.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, that's a nice touch.
It is.
Plus, it looks cool.
It does.
Yeah.
Blood seeps from her opened vein, which Lestat dips down to drink, as Louis's crimson kiss continues at her lips. But Louis, struggling against his own hunger, pulls himself away from the taverness, declaring that he will not take her life. Lestat, however, rises from the taverness's wrist, whispering to Louis that he's done it for him. He lifts the lifeless woman from Louis's arms, announcing that she is dead as a doornail, before lowering her head to the table in front of them. Guilt and shame settle heavily on Louis's shoulders, but Lestat just drops a couple of coins on the table in front of her as a tip for her service.
I was kind of appalled that they were doing this in
Yeah.
we're in mixed company. There's people everywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a play right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
An entire crowd.
Right.
I mean, unless they're just like, oh, they're just having sex.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I was going to say, what district are they in?
I don't know.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
I did notice, and I laughed to myself a little bit. It's like, I don't understand. I mean, I guess I do, but like, we always have to have this good vampire, bad vampire. We always have to have this struggle, and it's like, man, I'm not gonna say I was surprised, but seeing it here, I was like, damn. I was a little, I'll be honest, a tad disappointed.
I can understand that. I think that's how I saw it. I watched this 3 times for the episode.
Yeah.
The first time I watched it, I thought that exact same thing. I think it was the second time that I started to think that it's less a matter of good and bad and more a matter of how you evolve morally through living like this.
Right.
And so I was like, is it, because to him, obviously, none of this is bad. It's just necessary.
Yeah.
But he's
he's also having fun.
That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
He takes some pleasure in it, but I think it's because of how he sees himself above humanity.
Right.
I watched I believe it was a documentary recently where I learned that some vampire, they have chosen families and choose to be vegetarians. And some of them can read minds, and it was a lot. Some of them choose not to bite people.
Really?
Wow.
They're very brooding.
Vegetarian.
They're super brooding, you guys. And they don't have fangs.
No.
But don't sleep.
Then they don't sleep.
But they don't even try to pretend physically that they're not vampires.
Correct.
And something I will say, a lot of people were talking online, and it's a very interesting point, because I haven't even finished the book for Interview with the Vampire.
Right.
But they often remind the reader that everything is from Louis's point of view in Interview with the Vampire.
Right.
And so it's like, well, maybe in the Vampire Lestat, there is another side to the story that it's like, well, maybe you aren't fucking evil.
Or maybe he didn't start that way.
True.
Yeah.
Or, who knows, But it is very, good cop, bad cop.
Right.
Big time.
And I do understand, his morals and whatever. But like I said, I think here for this movie, them being vampires, looking like vampires, I'm in this. It's like I almost wanted him maybe to learn instead of already being like, no, I'm not doing that.
I get that, and I feel like when we meet Louis, he's in such a nihilistic headspace, and I don't care, fucking shoot me or whatever. He doesn't care, and then he turns and he cares about everything.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I would have liked a little more kind of meditation on what was going through his mind, maybe during the transformation, or something that made him like, oh no, I do want to live. I do see the beauty in life, or whatever.
Right.
Because it is like a very hard left from when we meet him to.
Yeah, because he didn't
can't.
care.
I
Yeah.
won't.
I think it might be there's one line whenever he's talking about looking through his vampire eyes where he's talking about how everything in the world offered something beautiful to him. I don't know if that's them trying to plant that seed without watering it.
Not enough.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
You know what I mean?
Okay.
That seed is
Yeah.
it's not going to amount to anything.
But it's really funny to me because the quest for knowledge really becomes very important to Louis, and it's like, when did that?
That's the thing. We're being told shit with no groundwork has been laid.
Right.
We haven't been shown anything. It's just like, no, Louis cares about this now.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, all right.
Yeah.
Go with it.
Yeah, whatever you say. I even feel like maybe when he first turns, he is on that level with Lestat. And then maybe once a character is introduced, he softens or something.
Okay.
But it is like they want to keep him so pure in the story that it's like, okay, Louis, like
Yeah.
loser. No, I'm just kidding.
I will say there is a point that it does kind of change, and it changes in a way that I'm like, oh, I would have loved to see Louis come to the other side on that in a scene.
Yes.
Okay.
But right now, I think I guess I justify it by saying like, okay, there is a difference between being destructive and self-destructive. And so he could say, yeah, I want to die, but that doesn't mean everybody else should.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But the score pulses something sinister as Louis and Lestat arrive back to the plantation by horse-drawn carriage, gathering together at a candlelit dining room table. Lestat laments that it's so easy that you almost feel sorry for them, but he assures Louis that he'll get used to killing, imploring him to just forget about that mortal coil. He smiles that Louis will become accustomed to things all too quickly. But before he can continue with this line of thinking, Yvette, an enslaved woman and housekeeper played by Thandoe Newton, enters the dining room.
Thandoe Newton. She was in Mission Impossible 2 in 2000.
Don't know how that exists when he doesn't do sequels, but keep
Yeah.
going.
So strange.
The Chronicles of Riddick in 04.
Hey.
Crash in 04. And she did 14 episodes of ER.
Oh,
I was really surprised to see her here.
Yeah.
such a small role.
So small.
I cannot confirm this. There were rumors that I saw and like online gossip that at the time of the film's production, Brad Pitt and Thandoe Newton were dating.
Huh.
But I never got any real confirmation on that.
Right.
Okay.
But I think that there are some moments of closeness between them that you can feel their chemistry.
Yeah.
But we settle into a shot over Louis's shoulder across the table, the white cloth in front of him cluttered with a collection of silver platters, which overflow with mouth-watering meals of meat and vegetables, each platter surrounded by various glass containers filled with colorful beverages. Surveying the untouched offerings on the table, Yvette crosses over to Louis, wondering if he's not hungry tonight. Lestat snarks in French that it's to the contrary. Louis could eat the whole colony. He clutches a napkin to his mouth, attempting to stifle the chortle inspired by his own joke.
I feel like you're laughing at something that I don't get. And
Yeah.
I don't like that.
No. Inside jokes.
Yeah.
You're being very rude. Lestat.
The vampire. But Yvette isn't laughing, and instead, she just reaches for the full plate that rests in front of Louis. But before she can clear it, Louis reaches tightly for her wrist, startling her. His eyes travel up her arm, past the tight red lace of her corset, her breasts, her collarbone, her shoulder. His sight finally settling on the pulsing vein at her throat. He finally unhands the poor woman, telling her that he'll finish what he has and ordering her to leave him and Lestat alone. Yvette immediately does as told, her pace quickening as she reaches the hall, but Lestat can only look up at Louis in disappointment as he asks, "Can't you pretend, you fool?" He instructs Louis not to give the game away, adding that they're lucky to have such a home as this. And just as soon as Lestat compliments these digs, does a rat suddenly scurry across the floor.
That did make me laugh.
Yeah. It's like, oh, damn.
He's like, this place is great. It's like, fuck.
Lestat reaches for it, holding it close and offering it a pet, before standing to approach the side of the table. The rat wriggles in his grasp until Lestat chomps into its small neck, taking a seat closer to Louis as the blood drains from the rodent and into an empty glass. Lestat smirks, squeezing the rat dry, imploring Louis to pretend to drink at least, snarking that such fine crystal shouldn't go to waste.
Rat had a lot of blood in it.
Yeah.
Like, God damn.
The rat's also a vampire?
Yeah.
He offers Louis the now filled goblet, the young vampire seizing it with both hands and raising it to his lips. Louis sips it slowly, but his appraisal of its taste is to spit it back into the glass. Lestat understands. It gets cold so quickly. Louis wonders if you can live like this, off the blood of animals. Lestat wouldn't necessarily call it living, more like surviving. But he says that it's a useful trick if you get caught for a month on a ship at sea. Louis devours the contents of the glass in a few certain gulps, and Lestat grows thoughtful, acknowledging that there is nothing in this world now that doesn't hold some. And as Louis stares into the bottom of the glass in his hands, he finishes his maker's sentence. Fascination. Lestat smiles in agreement, locking eyes with Louis, but he then tosses the rat to the floor, commenting that he's bored of this prattle. But Louis isn't, and he poses a possibility. They can live without taking human life. Lestat supposes that anything is possible, but he suggests that Louis try it for a week before committing. Rising from his chair, he invites Louis to come with him to New Orleans so that he can show him some real sport. As Lestat reaches the door, he can't help but glance over his shoulder to offer Louis a knowing chuckle. So there is an element of this dynamic that kind of gets lost in translation for the film adaptation, and even Jordan himself said it on the commentary, and it's a matter of Lestat seeming, it feels in the film that he is this aristocratic, like, wealthy vampire that is kind of taking Louis under his wing.
Mm-hmm.
But in the book, it's kind of a different story. And apparently, from what I could understand, Lestat is not very good with money. He gets it, and then he uses it immediately, and then he has to steal it again or find a way to obtain it.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is kind of a level that feels almost like mooching.
Okay.
At least present in the novel, and then immediately his first night here, he's like, our home is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's another weird thing in the novel too, which kind of changes the dynamic a lot in my opinion.
Right.
Lestat isn't the only one here.
Mm-hmm. He
asks Louis if he can bring his father to stay with him too for tonight and 2 weeks straight. His father has lost his sight, and so them eating at the table, they're clattering silverware and lifting glasses to put them down and stuff to trick Lestat's father because his father doesn't know Lestat's a vampire.
Oh.
Huh.
But that changes a lot to me because if that's the case, it's like you have a living father. You're not that old.
Say,
Right.
yeah.
You can't be that old. And so that kind of changes it to where you're like, well, how much can he learn from Lestat?
Right, right.
How long have you even been a vampire?
Yeah, yeah.
And so I think that I can understand why they left that out.
It definitely takes mystique away as well. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's
It
like,
does.
when you meet somebody's parents, it's like, dude, that's where you came from. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I
But
mean?
what's wild is like, now don't tell my dad I'm a vampire.
Yeah. He is moving in though.
Right.
That's also an element that I think gets simplified in the film because it isn't Yvette and the slaves seeing them not eat. It's them watching them try to pull one over on Lestat's father,
Yeah.
which is kind of...
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's kind of creepy if they're seeing that and just lifting plates and knocking silverware.
Yeah.
That's really creepy.
Yeah.
I will say Lestat's financial situation, according to some forums I saw, is retconned in the subsequent novels.
Okay.
And Lestat kind of calls it Louis' perspective on things and that he had his own money and all this stuff.
All right.
I kind of like the idea of him just like, because he is very hedonistic and very impulsive.
Yes.
So I think that fits with the character as well as him kind of acting on impulse, turning Louis. Now he's living with Louis. Like, it makes sense that he's just like this fucking deadbeat ass dude that's like, no, I'm so mysterious and I'll show you the ways, but also like, you're picking up the check, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think that it tracks for the character, but I understand why you want him to be cool or whatever. But it's like, no, this dude, he sucks.
Yeah.
He does suck.
But later that evening, Louis and Lestat arrive at a lavish manor in New Orleans, the pale pillars of its large exterior standing stark against the darkness of the night. And again, utilizing a real location.
Yeah.
Jordan commented on the region and explained that a strange world of European sophistication existed on top of the swamps in New Orleans. And so he said that these gorgeous interiors and exteriors of these houses that they found, which I think were on the outskirts of the city, allowed them to recreate this sense of era-specific nobility.
Okay.
And it's so interesting to me because these places are as they were. This is even the interior of this house. That's it.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
But inside, the pair stalk through well-dressed socialites, some who crowd the dance floor of the main hall, and others who sit at the sidelines in conversations and flirtations. Louis narrates that Lestat would kill 2 and sometimes 3 people per night.
God damn, dude.
A fresh young girl was his favorite for the first of the evening, and for seconds, he preferred a gilded, beautiful youth. But the snob in him loved to hunt in society, and the blood of the aristocrat thrilled him best of all. Yes, eat the rich.
Yeah. I was going to say, leave the youngsters alone.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
But it is funny to me to think that he became so aware of Lestat's appetite like you would your friend's order in a restaurant.
Yeah.
Like, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the men move from room to populated room, Lestat explaining to Louis in a whisper that the trick is not to think about it. He directs Louis's attention to a woman in the crowd, seated adjacent to the string quartet in the corner. The widow St. Clair, played by Lila Hay Owen, pets a pair of groomed poodles in her lap, as the widow's lover, played by Lee E. Sharfstein, waves a folding fan for her as he leans down to whisper in her ear. I think it's well established that I'm a cat person. I don't know much about dogs at all. I cannot say for certain that they were styling poodles like this in 1791. But there's something about it that I'm like, yeah, maybe. I
It
don't know.
fits. Yeah, it works.
But Lestat explains that the old widow had that gorgeous young fop murder her husband. Louis wonders how Lestat knows this, and the elder vampire answers simply, read her thoughts.
Oh, so you can do that.
Yeah.
I like the fact that her thoughts are just, I'm so glad I got him to kill my husband.
I feel like everybody that their thoughts are read in this film thinks like that. Louis just stares at Lestat, prompting him to repeat himself. Read her thoughts. Louis focuses on the elderly woman, who looks up at him in return as she exchanges words with her lover. But Louis realizes that he isn't able to read her mind. Lestat just shrugs it off, suggesting that the dark gift is different for each vampire. And no, we'd never learn what Louis' gift is.
Yeah. I was going to wait, but
Unless it's just unending sadness.
Yeah.
beauty, I guess. I don't know.
Okay,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure.
I guess.
I mean, I guess if you want to put it that way, there is another vampire who explains, I guess, what his gift is to other vampires.
Right.
But nothing like mind reading.
Yeah, no.
It's like, dude, I got fucking, like, I got screwed.
But as he guides Louis into the room, he explains that one thing is true of everyone. They grow stronger as they go along. And he implores Louis to take his word for it. But further detailing the crime, Lestat reveals that the widow blamed a slave for the murder, and as she and her lover raise their eyes at the approaching pair, he adds, imagine what they did to him. Evildoers are easier, and they taste better.
kill wealthy dowager.
Yes.
Take her ass out. I'm
Absolutely.
sorry.
Yeah.
And it's like that could be a thing where you're like moralistic, like you're like the vampire Dexter. You know what I mean?
That's literally what I wrote down. Because I was like, whenever they were at the tavern, I was like, oh shit. But then this, I was like, well, maybe.
Get
He's
her
not-
ass.
Right,
you know?
What are you
right.
talking about? And take those dogs home.
Take care of the dog.
They look well behaved. They didn't do anything.
They didn't.
But they look like they were high maintenance.
They
Okay.
do. They do
Yeah.
look used to the finer things, and I cannot provide
No.
that.
Louis
I cannot
can
and will not.
in our home.
Yeah.
But Louis and Lestat greet the widow, the woman presenting the back of her hand for both men to offer a kiss. Sometime later, we find Louis walking with the widow, guiding her pet poodles by their leashes away from the soiree.
She looks like a woman that will be missed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just
Oh,
thought
yeah.
this was very bold of them.
Well, I mean, is this... Because I assume this was her home,
It seemed to be.
too.
Right.
So if they're leaving the party later, they're like, where is the woman who was throwing it? Which is very suspicious.
But we're assuming because he never says it was
True.
her party.
He didn't.
Just
True.
that
He didn't.
there were a bunch of socialites or whatever.
He's just like, look at that bitch over there.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't know.
She's just one of the... Like, among
One
all
of the
them.
many.
But it is kind of wild, like you're saying, like, you don't want to come back later.
Yeah, I
Like,
was like, that's
nothing.
bold.
Spanish moss hangs high above them like an evening whisper, clinging to the branches of the overgrown oak trees that line the property. Louis glances over his shoulder at a distant Lestat, who guides the widow's lover in the opposite direction, readying the sharp instrument on his thumb behind the young man's back. He circles around him, bidding the young man to face him as he drags the sharp point of his thumb roughly against his cheek. The lover wonders where they're going, and Lestat answers him simply, nowhere. But on their walk, the poodles begin to bark incessantly at Louis as he leads the widow over to the other side of a tree, the pair sitting down together in the grass.
He got a bad feeling about this.
The widow breathes that Louis amazes her, adding that she's old enough to be his grandmother. She trembles in pleasure as Louis begins to kiss her cheek, her chin, and down to her neck. She returns his affections, sighing that that's the melody, rejoicing that she remembers it.
He's like, oh, I don't know about this.
Lestat, can we go pick up something on the way home?
She was digging it, man.
And her lover's right there.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's doing his own thing.
He is. He's like, we're all having fun.
Yeah.
It's a party.
Yeah. But the barking continues, the dogs nowhere near as distracted or oblivious as the old widow, which prompts Louis to wrap the nearby leash around his wrist before suddenly pushing the widow aside and pulling the poodle closer to him. The widow's screams attract the attention of Lestat, interrupting the meal that he's made of the widow's lover. She cries, "Murderer!" mourning her poor Papillon, who lies lifeless in the grass, drained of his blood in front of her. Louis drinks from the other dog.
He's still hungry.
And he tries to shush the widow in a very half-assed attempt.
Here's the thing. If I was Lestat, I'm fucking pissed.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because you know that this lady is not going to be quiet while you go fucking Michael Myers on her dog.
Yeah.
You know she's not. You're going to blow up our whole fucking operation.
It just cracked me up. He was like, no, I am hungry for two.
Yeah.
But the widow's screams are finally silenced by the arriving Lestat, who reaches through the night for her throat, twisting it until the brittle bones break, and he tosses her lifeless body to the ground. His beaming blue eyes then set their sights on Louis as he scolds, "You whining coward of a vampire who prowls the night killing rats and poodles! You could have finished us both!" Louis shouts that Lestat has condemned him to hell, but Lestat counters that he doesn't know any hell. Full volume.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just want to point out.
They're like appallingly unconcerned
Yeah.
with doing all of this at a party.
Louis charges for his maker, his strength carrying Lestat off of his feet and through the air to slam him spine first into the bark of a distant tree. Lestat cackles painlessly as Louis throttles him. Now that's more like it. Anger. Fury. He explains that that's why he chose Louis. But Louis isn't finished, and his anger and fury sends Lestat flying across the lawn to clatter against the tree on the opposite side. Lestat can't contain his laughter, telling him, "But you can't kill me, Louis." He easily releases himself from his progeny's grasp, Louis struggling to catch his breath as Lestat approaches him again with a smile. He directs Louis to feed on what he will, rats, chickens, poodles. He says that he'll leave Louis to it and watch him eventually come around. As he walks away, he can't help but warn Louis with a laugh. But just remember, life without me would be even more unbearable. He has a high opinion of himself.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But we watch as Louis lives as Lestat has allowed, finding him inside of the chicken coop just outside of his plantation house, the small feathered animals scattered all around him as he drinks deeply from the last of the birds. But Lestat exits the slave quarters with a smile, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe at his blood-stained grin.
So, okay, the elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Louis owns slaves.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like this is our moralistic fucking compass. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I get it, the times, whatever, but it's like you can't even write a character that's like against that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if he's supposed to be the good guy,
Right,
it's like,
right.
no, I'm still doing this. And then he does something later and I'm like, are we supposed to like clap for you? I don't know. It was such I'm like, I don't know, whatever. It's just like, what the hell? Louis.
No, it is a little weird.
I think that's one of the major things they changed in the television show.
That he doesn't?
He's played by a black man.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's Grey Worm, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. That makes me even more intrigued.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, this is such a weird, like, because there are certain things, you know what I mean, where it's like, oh, we can have an anti-hero, whatever. But there's certain things where it's like, ugh, there's kind of, how do you come back from that?
Right.
I don't know. I just found it odd.
And
then that
kind of,
moment in a minute,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, bravo, like, good for you. I don't know, whatever.
We don't forget.
No.
But in the morning light, we find an enslaved woman weeping over the body of her husband, her body quaking mournfully with her ear pressed to his unbeating heart, an angry wound worn at his throat.
It's like, God damn, Lestat.
Yeah.
Like,
It was, I swear, it was going from the tavernist, it's like, yeah, he's evil. Then this thing with eating the rich couple, it's like fantastic. And now this, and you're like, all right, that's 10 times worse.
yeah, it's like, I don't know about this Lestat guy.
He doesn't care.
No.
No, not at all.
But the woman's cries echo as we pan over to a swamp, where the lifeless body of another enslaved man is dragged from the depths of the water. And that night, the seeds of a rightful revolt are planted. Men gather around the cage of the coop, flames burning at the end of their torches, and reach in to set fire to the mess of hay and blood-covered feathers that litter the ground of the structure. Sharp pins are planted firmly into a poppet, bearing clothing quite similar to Lestat's outer garments, as a crowd gathers around a rising campfire, the spiritual dances, pounding rhythms, and chants of a voodoo ritual echoing into the evening air. So Jordan said for this sequence, they did have spiritual advisors, and I think it was a voodoo priestess and a few practitioners on set to maintain accuracy of the religion and the rituals that were utilized at this time in the 18th century specifically.
That's
Okay.
fantastic.
Yeah, good.
But inside the plantation house, Lestat sits casual across from Louis in the dining room, beneath a large crystal chandelier. Louis clutches a candlestick in front of him, staring into the small flame that dances before his eyes. Lestat tosses grapes at him, the small fruit sailing over the bountiful and once again untouched meal set out before them on the table.
This dude is annoying.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
He would drive me crazy.
When Louis doesn't respond, Lestat finally gets his attention, commenting that Louis should consider himself lucky. In Paris, a vampire must be clever for many reasons. Louis raises his head, intrigued. Paris. Lestat snarks that here, all one needs is a pair of fangs. Louis asks if Lestat came from Paris, and the elder vampire just sighs, looking down to the cluster of grapes held between his fingers, answering, yes, as did the one who made him. Louis hopes to learn more, hopeful that Lestat learned something from his maker worth sharing. But alas, Lestat learned absolutely nothing. He reminds Louis that he wasn't given a choice, remember? A desperate Louis pleads with Lestat. He must know something about the meaning of it all. Lestat rises incensed from his chair, pounding on the table and rattling the silverware. Why? Why should I know these things? Do you know them? It's like, no, that's why I was asking.
Literally.
That's how you learn things. But, I mean, I guess that's fair if you think about it from Lestat's perspective. He's like, I was made a vampire. My maker fucking fucked off. I made you a vampire. We're basically on the same level. But at the same time, I am much better than you.
Yeah, we're totally not on the same level.
I guess I am kind of torn.
You just moved into my house.
Yeah.
Well, you would think, too, if he's been a vampire for so long, he's got to know something.
You would hope.
Yeah.
But when the riotous resoundings of the ritual reach them through the window, Lestat points a furious finger to the glass, crying that noise is driving him mad. They've been in the country for weeks with nothing but that noise. Louis understands it. They know about the two of them. They've watched them dine on empty plates and drink from empty glasses. And this is wild to me that they never thought to say, we're not as hungry tonight.
Yeah.
No, continue to make
It's crazy.
an exorbitant amount of and then clean it up after.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you?
See, if they brought those dogs home, the dogs could at least eat some of the food.
Okay.
That's true. Thanks a lot, Louis. Lestat collects himself, calmly requesting for Louis to come to New Orleans with him then, telling him that the Paris Opera is in town. They could try some French cuisine. But Louis just holds up his hand to the approaching vampire in silent rejection, bidding Lestat's forgiveness for still having a lingering respect for life. Lestat responds with a taunt before making his swift exit. You'll soon run out of chickens, Louis. Lestat departs the property on horseback through the night as the score grows pompously around him. On his path, he leaps over the large bonfire and through the crowd of enslaved people gathered there, pausing in front of the clapboard shacks of the slave quarters and surveying the sea of stern faces who stare up at him through the light of the fire. Seeing that he is not welcome here, Lestat urges his horse onward, riding off into the dark. But back in the house, Yvette joins a deflated Louis in the dining room, asking him if he isn't going to have his supper. And upon learning that he once again isn't eating, she confides in Louis that they're all worried about him. She wonders the last time he went out riding into the field, or even visited the slave quarter. Louis has no answer for this, but Yvette crosses over to him, lamenting that everywhere there is death. She cries, "Are you still our master at all?" Louis struggles against his appetites, attempting to excuse Yvette from the room, but she persists, refusing to leave until he listens to her. She begs Louis to send away this friend of his. She says the slaves are all frightened of him, and even more, they're all frightened of Louis. She reaches tenderly for his hands, which rest clasped on the table in front of his pale face. As he holds her hands, he whispers a startling confession. I'm frightened of myself. Holding her hand in his, Louis leans into the sweet caress of her palm, his lips tracing her flesh, until he suddenly bares his fangs and sinks them into her wrist. Yvette whimpers in shock, attempting to pull herself away, but Louis's hunger grabs hold of him, and his grip grows tighter around her arm as he begins to drink. Yvette starts to scream, and Louis stands from his chair, stifling the sound with his palm over her mouth. He wrestles her to the floor, the pair pulling the tablecloth free from its surface and the unwanted dishes scattered in waste.
Come on, Louis. You just gave that whole, like, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
What the hell?
It's disappointing.
Yeah.
Very.
But outside, men and women gather on the grounds of the plantation house, the flames of their torches lighting their way to the front steps. But before they can enter the house, the doors suddenly burst open, and Louis appears in front of them, carrying Yvette's bloodless body in his arms. He cries out to them, "Hear me now! This place is cursed, damned, and yes, your master is the devil." His green eyes glinting in the golden light, he declares that they are all free and to get out while they can.
How generous of him.
This is his Abraham Lincoln moment. But I don't give a fuck.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Too little, too late. Louis lowers Yvette into the arms of another man, seizing a torch from one of the closest people in the crowd and waving it wildly before them, shouting for them to run, to save themselves. But they stay standing on the front lawn as Louis returns to his home, setting fire to the thin drapes that cover the parlor windows, a fiend of flame and fury as he shatters a mirror which bears his reflection in the glass. He continues into the dining room, smashing through the glassware, clattering the candelabras to the floor and setting the room ablaze. He then descends the staircase, returning to the first floor, cowering from the rising flames and retreating into the parlor. This was an odd choice to me in the edit because he's burning the first floor and then he climbs down the steps to return to the burning first floor.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I guess that's,
I did. I'm gonna be honest. I chuckled a little bit because if we're supposed to set this house on fire, then this fool's turning around and doing it himself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, hold on. That was our anger. Well, hold on. Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, let us do that.
Yeah, what the hell?
But he peers up at a painting mounted on the wall. One we can assume depicts his late wife, reaching up the flame of his torch to set fire to it. The inferno encircling him, Louis crumbles to the ground, resting wearily on a side table before collapsing against the seat of a large chair. But suddenly, and dramatically, Lestat returns, crashing through a window and landing with a flourish on the carpet. Furious with what Louis has done with the place, he rages. "Perfect! Just burn the place! Burn everything we own!"
We is
Yeah.
It's like, all right. But he says Louis will have them living in a field like cattle. Louis snarks weakly through the smoke that Lestat thought he could have it all. Enraged, Lestat just shouts, "Shut up, Louis!" That's great. Snagging him from his seat on the floor, Lestat rescues Louis from the fire, and we return outside, the crowd of freed men and women watching and rejoicing as the plantation house burns brightly, fully engulfed and crumbling.
That's funny that he came back to save him.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you could have just made another one and you still came to get me.
Yep.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. There's parts in the novel, I guess, where Louis is like, well, I think Lestat is only here because I have money. But it's like, he clearly is in love with you.
Yeah.
Like, very obviously. But as far as the interior of this plantation house, they tried to use the real interior of Oak Valley as much as they could, but it's not surprising that they weren't allowed to burn it down. So, through the brilliant work of Academy Award-winning production designer Dante Ferretti and Academy Award-winning set decorator Francesca Lo Schiavo, who share 3 Oscar wins together for their work with Scorsese and Tim Burton.
Okay.
Damn.
And they also share life together as a married couple.
Oh,
Hey.
I love that.
But they were able to create and craft a 1-for-1 reproduction of the Oak Valley plantation. It's the interior. They built it at Pinewood Studios in London.
Mm-hmm.
And they were, for their work, because there's so much more that they do later that's just incredible.
Yeah.
They were both nominated for an Academy Award.
Damn.
That's
all
awesome.
right.
But Louis awakens in an old crypt, lying on his back against the cold concrete floor. He rises, finding Lestat seated in the corner, staring at him with ire in his eyes. Louis wonders where they are, and Lestat looks around, scowling. "Where do you think, my idiot friend? we're in a nice, filthy cemetery. Seeing a small smile stretch across Louis's face, Lestat asks if this makes him happy, if this is fitting and proper enough for him. But Louis bites back, insisting that they belong in hell. Lestat proposes the possibility that there might not be a hell, or maybe there is, and they don't want them there. Did Louis ever think of that? But in his interview, Louis assures Daniel that there was a hell, and no matter what they moved to, Louis was in it. We rise above the city of New Orleans, the street lamps and lit windows small respites from the dark of the evening as we reach the window of a waterfront hotel where Louis stands on the balcony, peering over his shoulder and into the red-walled room behind him. This is another shot where everything out of that window is completely fabricated.
Oh,
Wow.
damn.
So again, it's like, I can't even tell the work you're doing.
Yeah.
Inside the room, Lestat entertains a pair of sex workers played by Indra Ovey and Helen McCrory. While the first woman leans forward to taste a sip of wine, Lestat descends upon the second behind her back, the second woman's legs wrapped around him and suddenly going limp as he rises up from her to speak to the first with a flirtatious smile. He jokes, "Your friend has no head for wine." The woman cackles as Lestat caresses her face, assuring him not to worry. She can warm that cold skin of his better than her friend could. Lestat wonders if that's so, joking that the price is high and that he fears he's exhausted her friend. But as he continues to caress her face, he compliments that she's so soft, imagining her on a bed of satin. He lowers his head to her breast, helping himself to a taste of it through the cloth of her gown. The woman writhes with pleasure, but as the camera pulls back and Lestat lifts his head and crosses over to the other side of the table in front of them, bright red blood now imbues the woman's gown, stained from Lestat's bite all the way down to the hem.
I thought this was great.
Yeah.
The reveal when he moves away, and it's like this, and he killed her friend right in front of her.
Yeah.
Like, this dude is just a fucking glutton. Like, he's awful.
But he's a vampire.
I know,
Like,
but
is that
he's
what he's supposed to do?
mean.
You can be a good...
Be Dexter. Be Count Dexter.
The woman somehow none the wiser. She just sits there, vibing on it, as Lestat lowers an empty glass over the flame of a candle, snuffing it out. He asks, "Should we put out the light?" Just as Louis enters the room. The woman finally opens her eyes, and they widen at the sight of her wound and the horror of what Lestat has done to her. She begins to shriek, only for Lestat to force his hand over her mouth, subduing her reaching arm and sinking his fangs into her wrist. He now holds the empty glass beneath the weeping wound, blood pouring from her vein to fill it. He mourns, "But once put out thy light, I cannot give it vital breath again. It needs must wither." Lestat reaches his feet, sauntering over to Louis and offering the glass of the woman's blood to him, telling him that he can pretend that it's wine. The camera arcs around the space, past the sparkling chandeliers, and over the woman's friend, who lies pale and bloodless next to her on the adjacent lounge chair. And this, again, like you said, we knew what happened, of course, but that reveal is fantastic.
Yeah.
The woman shudders a sob as Louis pushes the glass and Lestat out of his way and stumbles over to the other side of the room, where Lestat somehow meets him once more with the glass. I feel like these quick movements of the vampires are just awesome.
Yeah.
Like, they do a lot of camera tricks, I imagine.
Yeah.
But it's really cool work.
Mm-hmm.
Louis attempts to appeal to him, pointing out that the woman isn't dead yet. But Lestat responds with surprise that Louis is resisting the one thing that will bring him peace. Louis bats the glass out of Lestat's grasp, the blood spilling into the shattered glass on the floor. Louis can't believe that Lestat would call this peace. With the screaming woman a blur between them in the background, Lestat reminds Louis that they are predators whose all-seeing eyes were meant to give them detachment. As the woman tries to stand from her seat, Louis attempts to redirect Lestat's attention to her, but Lestat just implores his progeny, clutching the back of his head. Then take her, Louis. End that hunger. Louis pulls himself away, pouting, no. And I mean pouting because he does.
Yes. He
Yes.
Okay.
His lower lip is puffed for like 10 minutes, I think.
I'm sorry. Right here, I'm a little Louis sucks. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude, we're vampires now. You have to eat. You have to whatever. You don't have to be Lestat, but like, dude.
I just feel like he was not given the terms and conditions.
No.
He didn't know what this
But I feel like
entailed.
Aren't we allowed to eat without killing? Like, can we eat people but just leave them be and let them recover or whatever? Is that allowed?
They don't seem to be doing that.
No.
No, they're not. But
Like, we're all or nothing, all right? Like, but Lestat retreats from Louis and over to the woman, seizing her by the throat and forcing her back onto the sofa. Louis turns away, his hand over his mouth and his eyes clenched closed so as not to witness what Lestat has in store for her. And this is, again, another moment where it's like, you could try to stop this.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying with his passivity. And I think like him standing next to other characters, he does look innocent, but you're just like letting the tide take you away. Like, you're just being a spectator.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you're not taking action to save this woman. You're not taking action to do other things later on.
Mm-hmm.
You're just the good guy because you're not the one killing her. And that's not enough to be the good guy.
Right.
It's a very low bar.
Yeah.
On the sofa, Lestat shushes the woman, waving his hand over her face and whispering that she's tired, that she needs to sleep. He kicks the top off of the table, revealing the waiting walls of a wooden coffin beneath it. Is that Lestat's doing, or is this in every hotel room here? Because I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
His eyes never leaving Louis, Lestat lifts the woman into his arms and lowers her inside harshly. She screams with sudden realization that it's a coffin, and she screams for Lestat to let her out, only for the vampire to slide the lid shut on top of her. Taking a seat on top of it, Lestat knocks on the wood, calling out over the woman's muffled cries that this is her coffin, and to enjoy it, as most of us never get to know what it feels like. Louis swipes a vase of roses from the mantel of the fireplace, which shatter across the floor, and he finally turns to face Lestat, demanding to know why he does this. Lestat emotionlessly admits that he likes to do it. He enjoys it. He snarks for Louis to take his aesthete's taste to purer things, to kill them swiftly, if he will, but do it. Lestat stalks his way over, a harpsichord in the score following his footsteps as he callously reminds him, "For do not doubt, you are a killer, Louis."
And this is the skin of a killer, Louis.
They're like, we're going to use that.
Oh, we're taking that. Let me jot that down.
It's like, why'd you call me Cullen?
Yeah, what the hell?
What is happening?
Louis stands silently, his inaction only seeming to incense Lestat further, the elder vampire pacing a moment before returning to the coffin, flipping its lid over and onto the floor. The way that it flips several times, it's just perfect.
Yeah.
It looks so cool.
Yeah.
He kneels down to the weeping woman who lifts herself up, tearful of the fact that it is a coffin. Lestat sneers sarcastically. "Well, so it is. You must be dead then." Louis rolls his eyes, exasperated, which I think is a really light reaction.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
Tears streaming down her face, the woman lifts herself to her feet, pleading with Louis. "I'm not dead, am I?" Louis assures her that she isn't, but Lestat corrects him. "Not yet." Louis roars for Lestat to finish this now. But Lestat just directs Louis to do it instead. The woman stumbles clumsily out of the coffin, right into Louis's arms, but he releases her, leaving her to sink to her knees, clutching his wrist as she begs. Let me go. I can't die like this. I need a priest. Lestat glares at Louis, lying to the woman that his friend is a priest and that he'll hear her sins before she dies, unless Louis wishes to make her one of them. Louis shouts that he will not, but Lestat stands confused, commanding Louis to end her suffering and his. But Louis refuses, tearing his hand from the clutches of the desperate woman in front of him on the floor. The score rises dramatically as a disappointed and disgruntled Lestat pushes past Louis to descend upon the poor woman, his fangs sinking into her throat as he lowers her to the ground. He drinks her dry as Louis stands idly by. Satiated, with the woman's life snuffed out as swiftly as the candle on the table, Lestat staggers over to a couch on the other side of the room, hopeful that Louis is happy after what has transpired. But realization dawns drearily upon Louis. My God, to think you're all I have to learn from. Speaking through blood-stained teeth, Lestat explains that in the old world, they call it the dark gift, and he gave it to Louis.
Well, did you keep the receipt? Did you keep the dark receipt? Because I want to make a darker turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't just keep adding.
At the dark store.
Like, well, 30 dark days have passed. You can't.
That does suck, though, that to think if this is all I have to go off as you.
Yeah.
That's
Like that.
horrific.
It's like, oh, man.
Louis doesn't respond, crossing through the carnage of their hotel room and making his exit. One thing I will say, though, aside from what we had said jokingly about that pouting moment, I think that Brad Pitt does an excellent job in this scene.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
Like, absolutely.
Yes.
But Louis sets out for the rainy streets of New Orleans, a low-angled shot centered on a pack of rats in his path, which Louis takes notice of. He reaches down into the murky water, retrieving one of the rats and tearing through its flesh with his fangs, a mere drop in the bucket, hardly satisfying the hunger that consumes him. He continues onward into a darkened alley where he's cut off by a covered corpse on a cart, pushed uphill by 3 men in black. One of the men, played by Monty Montague, calls out to Louis, pleading with him not to go that way. It's the plague.
Lord, not the plague. Don't we have enough going on?
I know.
It's like, God damn.
He instructs him to go back the way he came, but Louis just scowls under his breath as he defies this warning. The way I came. It's like, all right. All right, Batman. Ghastly green smoke swirls around the men as they disappear into the night, and Louis ventures right in the direction of the danger. He stalks through the cold and the darkness, past plague-riddled homes with white X's painted across their wooden exteriors. But a small voice within one of the structures captures his attention. A young child crying for her mother. And we find her in a bedroom. Claudia, played by Kirsten Dunst, kneels at the side of a chair, caressing the pale gray and boiled-covered arm of her long-deceased mother, who rests frail in front of her.
Kirsten Dunst. She was in 10 episodes of Fargo in 2015.
Very good.
Yes.
Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, 02, 04, and 07.
Mm-hmm.
She was also in Bring It On in 2000.
There you go.
Shout out to the Virgin Suicides as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
I love that movie. Love that book. It's infuriating.
Have you seen Melancholia?
No, but I've been recommended it so many times.
And she is fantastic in it. She's
Okay.
fantastic in this.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan had said that he preferred to work with kids that had never worked before, had never acted before. But for this role, he knew that they were going to need someone with experience. And he was completely blown away by Kirsten Dunst. He said meeting her, he was like, this person is going to act forever. Like,
Okay.
as a child into adulthood, he said you could just feel it from her.
Mm-hmm.
And she's, I
Oh,
mean, we
yeah.
were talking at the top. She's incredible in this.
Yeah.
There is one moment on commentary, she delivers a line so brilliantly, and he calls her Betty Davis. Jordan does.
Damn.
But Louis lets himself inside, approaching Claudia from behind and reaching a hand to the shoulder of her dingy dress. She turns to face him, immediately wrapping her arms around his neck and stealing an embrace from the stranger. She begs for his help and reveals that her father left them and hasn't come back. Louis's eyes glance over to Claudia's mother, her pallid face streaked with blood and bile as her lifeless stare seems to find eternity within the ceiling. A pensive piano plays as Claudia pulls back from Louis's embrace, peering into his eyes, her small voice imploring him to please wake her mama. She crumbles back into his arms, the flesh of her neck bared for Louis, and the vampire, unable to ignore his appetite any longer, takes a desperate bite.
It was a very neck-exposing hug.
It was.
Never hugged anyone like that in my life.
No.
Louis lifts Claudia in his arms, the little girl wincing in pain as he drinks deeply. But through the shadows of the corridor behind him appears a cackling Lestat. He snarks at Louis, his philosopher, his martyr, who would never take a human life. With the flourish of a harpsichord in the score, Lestat declares that this calls for a celebration. He reaches for the brittle body of Claudia's mother, parading her cadaver around the room in a lively dance, punctuating this one-sided bop with a blissful ballad of Italian lyrics. As Louis lowers Claudia's body to the bed on the other side of the room, the guilt of his actions seizing him firmly, Lestat concludes his prancing, lowering the woman's corpse in a dip, her head bobbing as he boasts, "There's still life in the old lady yet!"
Fuck you, dude. Like, what an asshole.
That seems very like a leprechaun thing to say.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
That's fair. That's fair.
Very antagonistic. And it's like, I'm at my literally lowest moment right
Yeah.
Well, Louis runs away.
And I think it's a little counterproductive for Lestat to come in and say something while he's doing it. Wait till he finishes and kills her.
Right.
Then come in and be like, you said you weren't going to do it in the middle. It's like, dude, you know I'm going to stop.
That's true.
Or just be like, it's okay, Louis. This is who we are.
Offer a comforting...
Yeah.
Like, bitch, I knew you'd do
fucking
it.
told you.
Well, he's going to do it anyway.
Yeah. And then the dance is just...
It's too much.
But Lestat drops the woman's body, racing for the front door and calling out through the rain for Louis to come back, insisting that he is what he is. But as Louis disappears into the dark, Lestat laments to himself, "Merciful death, how you love your precious guilt." Louis races through the city, eventually finding sanctuary and solitude beneath a bridge, as he confesses to Daniel in the hotel that as Claudia's blood coursed through his veins, sweeter than life itself, Lestat's words made sense to him. He knew peace only when he killed, and when he heard her heart and that terrible rhythm, he knew again what peace could be. Louis stumbles into the sewer, crawling through muddy water. I hope it was mud.
Yeah.
But once inside, he rests his weary head against the wall. Lestat watches the worrisome weather through the window of their hotel room, finally setting out into the night to collect his companion. His boots sloshing through the collected rainwater, Lestat follows a trail of dead and drained rats to find Louis collapse in the culvert. He jokes, "All I need to find you, Louis, is to follow the corpses of rats."
So he was still hungry.
Yeah.
I was like, that wasn't enough? God damn,
He didn't
dude.
finish.
No, he didn't.
That's like 40 rats.
She's just a little girl. He needed 2 full dogs.
Lestat understands that the pain is terrible for Louis. He feels it like no other creature because he's a vampire. When asked, Louis responds lowly that he doesn't want it to go on, and so Lestat demands for him to do what is in his nature to do, assuring him that if he does, he'll feel as he felt with that child in his arms. He explains that evil is a point of view. God kills indiscriminately, and so shall they, for no creature under God are as they are, none so like him as they are. But Lestat reveals that there's a gift waiting for Louis, and he politely implores his progeny to follow. I can absolutely understand being a vampire giving you a bit of a god complex.
Mm-hmm.
But I think to hear it spelled out like that, it's like, God damn.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Lestat leads Louis back to the hotel, guiding him through the hall by candlelight as he shares. She's here. Louis doesn't understand, so Lestat puts it simply. Louis needs company more congenial than his. And there, through the thin canopy of the bed, lies Claudia, fast asleep on the mattress. Lestat reminds Louis, remember how you wanted her? The taste of her? Louis rejoices at the sight of her, assuming that he had killed her, and Lestat promises Louis that there's no need to worry. His conscience is clear. Louis watches as Lestat settles into a seat next to Claudia on the bed, waking her with a gentle touch on her forehead and a whisper of her name. He gazes into her small face, bidding her to listen. He tells her that she is ill, but he's going to give her what she needs to get well. He rolls his frilled sleeve to his elbow, with his sights set at his own wrist. But before he can do it, Louis reaches for his arm, sternly warning him not to. Lestat wonders, you want her to die then? Louis can't bring himself to answer, and worn weary with the horror of either option, he releases Lestat from his grasp and paces around the foot of the bed.
It is like what's better?
Yeah.
Like,
but he's all like he regrets being a vampire.
And honestly, that's a fair point because it's kind of almost like what's better. It's what's better for Claudia or what's better for me and my conscience.
Right.
right.
So
Yeah.
it's like, damn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's really only been shown the lows of
That's true.
of vampirism.
right.
Maybe there's, who knows.
Yeah.
Something.
Lestat then snaps into action, piercing the flesh of his wrist with the instrument on his thumb, allowing himself to drip feed Claudia his own blood, the young girl rising to cling to his arm once she has a taste of it and bring it closer to her lips. Louis sinks into a chair, watching with dismay through the sheer curtain as Claudia drinks deeply from Lestat's wound, Lestat's heartbeat thumping loudly as her hunger grows more powerful than he anticipated. He warns her that she's had enough, but Claudia continues to drink. Lestat cries out again, having to pull himself away from the little girl's clutches, clattering into a chair at her bedside as Claudia's breathing grows ragged through her crimson-stained teeth and she slowly slips into death. But just as soon as life slipped away from her, does it suddenly return, her rough, dirt-covered face softening into a pale porcelain as thin blue veins trace her features, the gums in her mouth receding as her fangs sharply appear, and the thin blonde strands of her hair twisting into full and vibrant golden curls.
When did that happen to them?
Louis is like, I didn't get any
Oh, to
biotin.
Louis, yeah.
Biotin. Louis got French tips.
He did.
yeah,
nails got
but
done.
He's like, the dark gift is different for everyone.
I guess that's it. Just get my nails done.
I guess so, yeah.
She also drank extra.
She did.
Okay.
That's where the hair growth is.
All right.
And the curl defining, you got to have a couple more gulps for that.
Understood. I'm writing notes for the future. Leaning forward with new life flowing through her veins, Claudia whispers to her maker, I want some more. Lestat understands. Of course she wants some more. And he stands to ring a bell at her bedside.
It did make me laugh a little because when she proclaims that she wants more, Louis just like, it's like you hate to see it. And it's like, dude,
What did you expect?
Yeah, no.
I know.
With rapid response time, a maid, played by Natalie Bloch-Lane, appears, addressing Lestat in French upon her entry into the bedroom. She then turns her attention to Claudia in bed, commenting on her beauty as she takes a seat next to her. But to a sting within the score, Lestat swoops upon her, his hand cinching around her throat as he peers deeply into her eyes, into her soul, the maid going limp within his grasp as he lowers her to the mattress. This, again, I will say it did look funny how she just fucking, it reminded me of a cat at the vet where it's just I don't want to be here. Just do whatever you have to do.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. And why aren't you doing that with everybody if you can?
That, again, another power. Where?
Yeah. It's convenient.
Yeah. But with a prick from his thumb instrument, blood pours from the maid's opened throat for Claudia to feed. He directs her to do so gently as she begins to drink, Lestat asserting that humans are so innocent and must not be made to suffer. Are you trying to do better? Are you realizing you fucked up with Louis?
I don't think so.
Because this is really weird after what I just saw you do.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's super manipulative.
Okay.
All right.
Incredibly manipulative. Louis never should have had a kid with him.
Well, no.
Yeah, no.
Louis stands solemnly in the corner of the room, watching as Lestat guides the young vampire, leading her away from the woman's throat once she's had her fill, and teaching her that she must stop before the heart stops. This is a very important concept that I think the specificity of what he's actually saying, I think, needed to be conveyed a little more clearly.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Because the way that he's suddenly being so sweet with her, I can see the audience perceiving it as, oh, don't kill her.
Yeah.
But that's not what he's saying.
No,
Right.
it's not.
There's something wrong if you continue drinking afterward. Claudia whines that she wants some more, and Lestat knows, but he says that it's best in the beginning, lest the death take her down with it. He commends her with a smile and his arm around her. Not a drop spilt. Claudia leans serenely into Lestat's embrace, her soft voice asking where her mother is. Lestat sighs, gesturing into the ether that her mother has gone to heaven, like the sweet maid in front of them. He says that they all go to heaven, and from the peanut gallery, Louis counters, all but us.
Louis, hold on.
I know.
She's like, he's scaring me.
She's just a baby.
Lestat shushes Louis, scolding, do you want to frighten our little daughter? Claudia tells Lestat that she isn't his daughter, but Lestat corrects her. Oh, yes, you are. You're mine and Louis's daughter now. He explains to her that Louis was going to leave them. He was going to go away. But now, he's not. He's going to stay and make Claudia happy. Claudia offers a blood-stained grin, crawling across the bed to rush over to Louis and embrace him. Louis curses Lestat as a fiend, but the elder vampire just smirks. One happy family.
The manipulation.
Oh,
Yeah.
In the present day, Louis taps Daniel's tape recorder as the small reel reaches its end, the interviewer rushing to switch it out so Louis can continue his story. Enthralled, Daniel surmises, he did it to make you stay with him. Louis supposes that could be true. Lestat knew him. He knew Louis would love Claudia more than the waking world, but he says that there was more to it. And this is what I was talking about earlier regarding Louis's loss of his wife and child.
Yeah.
Giving him a child, it's like this is returning to him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
In the distant past, a team of movers unload a cart of belongings, carrying them through the New Orleans streets and up a narrow staircase to a second-floor apartment. A whimsical harpsichord dancing in the score, Louis explains that Lestat lavished affection upon Claudia, positing that perhaps Lestat did what he did because he was lonely too. And upstairs, in a room lined with plants, Claudia stands on a stool as an uncredited dressmaker tends to the hem of her new bright blue gown. Louis and Lestat hold up various colors of fabric, testing them against their daughter's complexion, but the dressmaker is incensed, complaining that she'll go blind if the men don't bring her another light so she can see her work. Or, she suggests, that they let her fit this child during the day. Louis departs the room, followed soon by Lestat, who laments to the poor dresser that he's afraid his days are sacrosanct. Louis explains to Daniel that though Claudia was still just a child, she was also a fierce killer, capable of a ruthless pursuit of blood with all a child's demanding. We watch as Claudia, clutching a doll in her arms, eyes the dressmaker through a nearby mirror, the woman slipping with her scissors and slicing the tip of her finger. She jumps back, wincing in pain, but the courteous Claudia offers with a smile to allow her to kiss it better. The woman stands, holding her bloody finger up to Claudia's lips, only for the child to place it right into her mouth and crunch. The dressmaker gasps, the innocence suddenly evaporating from Claudia's eyes, and when Louis and Lestat return with the requested lamp, they find Claudia has drained the dressmaker dry. Her bloodless body collapses to the floor, and Lestat scolds Claudia, wondering who they'll get to finish her dress now. He reminds her, "A little practicality, chérie." He grabs her hand, offering the back of it a rhythmic slap as he admonishes, "Never in your home." This is hilarious.
Yeah.
She's a kid.
Yeah.
She is.
She's a kid.
That evening, we find Claudia resting sweetly in Louis's arms, her doll between them as she curls his hair in her little fingers and they sleep together in his coffin. Louis explains that she slept there with him at first until the day came that she wanted her own coffin, and we watch as Claudia rests within the small white walls of her coffin, only to push the lid open, slinking through the shadows, slyly avoiding the morning light, to creep her way back into the safety of Louis's coffin, the elder vampire lifting the lid for her to join him inside. I thought this was very adorable.
Yes.
Yeah.
The camera then glides downward from a street lamp, finding Claudia seated on a bench in a public square, tearful and all alone. As a woman, played by Jeanette Contometris, descends a carriage and the coachman rides away, Louis explains in voiceover that death came so quickly in those days, before Claudia learned to play with them, to delay the moment until she had taken what she wanted. The woman crosses through the unpaved street, discovering Claudia there and taking a seat next to her to offer a kind, comforting embrace. The camera arcs around her, revealing the vampire Lestat watching from a distance, blurry in the background. Claudia whimpers, "Mama," which only inspires the woman to hold her closer, consoling the child and insisting that they'll find her mother. But lured into Claudia's seeming calamity, the child lurches up sharply into the woman's throat, to the delight of the distant Lestat.
She was like, "It's all right, child. Nestle into my unguarded neck."
Why does everybody hug like this?
Everyone hugs neck first.
But sometime later, Claudia sits at a piano lesson where she's scolded with a stern slap against the back of her hand by her piano teacher, played by Roger Lloyd Pack, whacking her with a wooden stick. He orders her to mind her thumb before counting her in again, the child returning to the piano, her fingers crawling to coax a sonata from the keys as she attempts to stifle her anger. As her performance continues in the background, we watch Claudia browsing through a shop where a doll maker, played by George Kelly, sits working on a new offering. As he pulls the thread tight, he looks up to Claudia with a smile, but he warns, "They're expensive, my dear. Maybe too expensive for a young girl like you." The tune comes to an abrupt stop as Claudia approaches the doll maker, a sinister and fanged grin stretching across her lips, much to the doll maker's dismay. And as Claudia exits the shop with a brand new doll in her arms and a pep in her step, her piano returns, and we find her seated next to her now despondent tutor, who suddenly tumbles forward, his head bashing the low notes of the piano in a discordant thud.
Yeah, we saw that
Oh,
coming.
yeah.
Yeah.
You weren't going to get away with that.
No. And again, she's a kid.
Yeah.
Like, and if she's watching Lestat do crazy shit, and you know what I mean? No matter how
Definitely.
he's trying to be soft,
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're doing that? We can do that?
This is what we're doing. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, where the fuck is Louis during any...
Eating some rats, I guess.
Because goddamn.
I don't know.
Lestat immediately appears, admonishing his daughter, asking her what they've told her. Claudia demurs, wiping the blood from her bottom lip as she repeats his order. Never in the house.
It's like she got caught playing soccer.
Yeah.
She was coloring on the wall.
Lestat sighs, directing her to scoot over to allow him a seat next to her on the piano bench. She does, knocking the piano teacher to the floor. And as Lestat counts her in again to practice, Louis explains that to him, Claudia was a child, but to Lestat, she was a pupil, an infant prodigy with a lust for killing that matched his own. He says that together, they finished off whole families. And in a brightly lit home, Lestat sits with an uncredited family gathered around him, a father, a mother holding an infant on her lap, and a toddler sitting on his own knee. They applaud as Claudia finishes her song on the piano, with Lestat then suggesting that she try something on a more somber note next. Claudia smiles at her maker, launching into a song in a minor key, but in the morning light, we watch as a series of wooden coffins are carried past a crowd of mourners and loaded into the back of a collection of carriages. This one, I have to say, I think is on the family because Lestat looks fucking wild.
Yeah. No, yeah.
And they just let it go.
Yeah.
He's clearly a vampire.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. You can't come in.
No. Louis notes that time can pass quickly for mortals when they're happy, and for them, it was the same. And there, in an appropriate style of dress as they step into a brand new era, Louis, Lestat, and Claudia walk together on the docks, glancing out into the river, where a large, steam-powered vessel sits idle in the water. Louis continues that years flew by like minutes. The city around them grew. Sailboats gave way to steamships, disgorging an endless menu of magnificent strangers. He says a new world had sprung up around them, and they were all Americans now. Stepping away from the crowded boardwalk, Lestat laments this filthy modern tide, commenting, "What I wouldn't give for a drop of good old-fashioned Creole blood." Louis, with Claudia's small hand in his, asks if Yankees are not to his liking, and Lestat answers that their democratic flavor doesn't suit his palate. How droll. He's like, what the fuck is this?
What is going on?
I know.
I don't know how to take that.
I don't know either. But as the trio continues onward, the soft song of a Creole woman, played by Nicole Dubois-Favre, spills out into the night, capturing the attention of Claudia, who creeps closer to the source of the sound. She finds the woman standing there within her home, completely naked before the sink, where she washes herself clean with a wet towel. Lestat and Louis soon join Claudia, Lestat commenting that is pure Creole, commending Claudia for having found her. But as he reaches his hand for her shoulder, Claudia pulls away from her maker, retreating instead to Louis' side. Lestat stands confused, asking Claudia if she wants her. But Claudia answers instead, "I want to be her." She looks up to the much taller vampire next to her. "Can I, Louis? Can I be like her one day?"
Oh, honey, no.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
They had to have known one day
Yeah.
she's going to say something. The years are passing by.
And she's still 10.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's so very tragic as well, because this whole thing is very heartbreaking. In the novel, Claudia is 5.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And it's also heartbreaking when you think about Anne Rice and what this character could mean for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
But just to think of that and what this young vampire has to reckon with.
Mm-hmm.
And just being trapped.
Yeah.
Like, Again, what's better?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Louis and Lestat exchange a knowing glance, Lestat belittling her question as more melancholy nonsense, seething that he swears Claudia grows more like Louis every day. He supposes that soon she'll be eating rats. He storms away, leaving a confused Claudia to ask, "Rats? When did you eat rats, Louis?" Louis leans down at her level, answering that it was a long time ago, before she was born. He then slurps his tongue, inspiring a smile and a laugh from Claudia.
So does that mean that he's with it now?
I guess so. There's a line earlier when he's talking about the change in the world or whatever.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, so yeah, you are eating people now.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like, Louis, what the hell?
yeah.
What the hell's going on, dude?
But upon returning home, it's clear that this sight of the Creole woman hasn't left her mind. Claudia retreating to her sketchbook at the foot of her doll-littered bed and drawing her in great detail, sculpting and shading every curve of her nakedness. Louis explains to Daniel that 30 years had passed, but Claudia's body remained that of an eternal child. He says that her eyes alone told the story of her age, staring from under her doll-like curls with a question that would one day need an answer. And through the door, behind the back of his humming and drawing child, creeps Lestat with a brand new doll for her to add to her collection. Just a sidebar, I noticed this doll is dressed exactly the same as Claudia was earlier, like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That has to be intentional, right?
Yeah.
He had said that he, with the curls and everything, after she is transformed, he literally wanted her to look like a living doll.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think definitely.
Lestat presents it to her, which leads her to scoff in disappointment. Another doll?
She's like, I'm 45 years old.
Yeah, no shit.
God damn it. Give me some whiskey and a pack of cigarettes.
She reminds Lestat that she already has dozens. A bit wounded, Lestat says that he thought that she could use one more. But Claudia wonders, why this night? Lestat plays coy, but Claudia has grasped the fact that Lestat always brings her a doll on the same night of the year. Damn,
Yeah, I know.
this is the food all over again.
Yeah.
She wonders if this is her birthday, but Lestat doesn't answer. She sneers, "You dress me like a doll. You make my hair like a doll. Why?" But Lestat just directs his attention to the stack of dolls that rest at the head of her bed, noting that some of them are so old and tattered that maybe she should throw them away. The store grows frenzied and full of fury, Claudia tossing her sketchbook aside and following Lestat's request, removing doll after doll from her bed until beneath them she reveals the dirty and decaying body of the Creole woman who lies naked between Claudia's remaining playthings.
Claudia.
I know.
Lestat reaches a firm grip around Claudia's arm, turning her to face him and demanding to know what she's done. Claudia tears herself away as she shrieks, "What you told me to do!" She's right,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and she's putting on a clinic. That was fantastic. Louis then enters the fray, skeptical that they taught her to leave a corpse to rot.
Is that the
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, our home is dirty.
We taught you to pick up after yourself.
But Claudia cries that she wanted her. She wanted to be her. She pushes past her parents, storming into the living room as they follow behind her. Lestat shouts rather dramatically, "She's mad! She pollutes this very house we live in!" It's like, calm down, dude.
She's literally being you.
Yeah.
Just a little sloppier, that's all. Louis holds his hand to Lestat, calming him down. But as they join her in the living room, Claudia pushes over the furniture, demanding to know if they wish her to be a doll forever. She seizes a pair of scissors, cinching their blades around her golden curls against Louis's protests. She screams, "Why not? Why can't I change like everyone else? Louis and Lestat stand silently as Claudia cuts her hair, cropping her curls closely in an uneven chop before tossing the scissors away and storming back into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Louis waits at the door, knowing exactly what will happen next. And almost on cue, Claudia's sharp scream rings throughout the house, and as Louis enters the room, the camera pulls back from the mirror to reveal Claudia's hair has immediately grown back. Her long curls bouncing at her shoulders, Claudia stalks her way into the living room, seething. Which one of you did it? Which one of you made me the way I am? She does bump into the doorframe on her way out, but they keep...
Yeah.
It's a great take.
She's very excited.
Lestat sits waiting for her in the living room, offering an answer in disgust. What you are? A vampire that pollutes its own bed? He reveals that if she cuts her hair again, it will grow back. But Claudia remembers that this wasn't always so. She had a mother once, and Louis had a wife. He was mortal, the same as his wife, the same as Claudia was. She accuses Lestat of making them what they are, charging for him as Lestat calmly warns Louis to stop her. But he doesn't, and Claudia reaches her maker, seizing the scissors once more to slice Lestat across the face. The wounds heal almost immediately, but a look of surprise rests frozen on his face. Claudia commands Lestat to tell her how he did what he did to her and Louis, to tell her how it was done. Lestat whispers, "Why should I tell you? It's in my power." Strings squeal in the score as Lestat continues that Claudia should be grateful that he made her what she is. He launches upward, his hand at her throat and lifting her off her feet as he threatens that she would be dead if she wasn't. Just like that damn corpse in her bed. He forces her backward, ordering her to get rid of it, but Claudia just spits back. You get rid of it. She exits the room, sulking at the railing of the balcony and peering down at the populated street below. Louis joins her outside, her small voice pleading to him. Tell me. You have to tell me. Louis sighs, searching for the proper words until he finds them. He directs her attention to an old woman on the street who calls out to disinterested passers-by, attempting to sell them flowers to no avail. He asks, "You see that old woman? That will never happen to you." He explains that she'll never grow old and she'll never die. But Claudia understands it to mean something different, something far worse. She will never, ever grow up.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
She sullenly seethes that she hates Lestat and begs Louis to tell her how it came to be that she is this thing. And in the night, through the billowing fog, Louis returns with Claudia to the remnants and rubble of where he found her that night, decades ago, and set into motion the events that made her a vampire. He laments to Daniel that for 30 years he avoided that place, but that night he found his way back there with hardly an upward glance. Claudia creeps inside the dilapidated structure, the remaining beams arced above the crumbled stone that was once her home. She asks if Louis fed on her, and he admits that he did, and that Lestat found them there, that he fed her his blood from his wrist, and that Claudia became a vampire that night and has been every night thereafter. Claudia realizes they both did it. A tear breaks free from Louis' eye as he shares the blame. He took her life, and Lestat gave her another one. Claudia sneers, and here it is, and I hate you both.
There it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, I knew she wasn't going to take this one.
Yeah.
No.
But I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Louis was going to eat me.
Uh-huh.
He was already starving himself. So it wasn't like he's like, let's turn this little girl. I think that's not unfair, but like he didn't that wasn't his intention.
I mean, he set it up and Lestat knocked it down.
Yeah.
Like, I
Lestat
mean,
went
he
and
served
did
it.
He could have let her die. He did.
Yeah.
I will say though, with Lestat, he gives himself that like plausible deniability. He's like, well, I gave you a choice.
Yeah.
Which is also not fair.
And
No.
it wasn't fair for Louis either. Like,
No.
the choice was not really saying what happened.
No. But Claudia runs away, cutting through an alley and disappearing into the dark. We find Louis walking alone through the fog of the evening as he explains to Daniel that he walked all night. He walked as he walked years before, when his mind swam with guilt at the thought of killing. He says that he thought of all the things he had done and couldn't undo, longing for just 1 second of peace. He returns home, his lips and his clothing stained with blood as he takes a seat on the couch within his quarters. So some fucking poor, like...
They paid the price.
He got hungry on the walk.
I guess so. Say I picked something.
On the way home.
But Claudia appears through the shadows, declaring that they are locked together in hatred. Louis sits listless as she approaches him from behind, reaching her arms around him softly as she admits that she can't hate him. She caresses his hand in hers, recounting that she was mortal until Louis gave her his immortal kiss. And then he became her mother and her father, and so she is his forever. But she realizes that now it's time to end it. Now it's time to leave Lestat. Louis doesn't deny her desires, but instead answers from a place of fear. He'll never let us go. The responsibility resting upon her small shoulders, Claudia asks as she makes her exit. Oh, really?
If anyone is getting us out of this, it's going to be Claudia.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like she's proven herself while Louis was eating those rats.
Yeah.
Yes. She's like, go eat some flowers.
My secret shade.
But even to me, that seems a little odd that, like, Claudia's the one who's standing up to Lestat. Or that's like, oh, really? If we've gone through all all these years, now I'm Louis, I'm feeding on people, I'm no longer rats, whatever. Why can't I be like, you know what? Let's us do it, or let me do it, or what? Like it is still very passive. He's still just like, no, we can't.
It's kind of surprising because you love Claudia.
Yeah.
You see how things will go if we continue to live like this.
Right.
So why don't you take a parental role?
Yeah, I don't. Like, she's already told you, you're my mom, you're my dad.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, then I need to protect you.
You should step up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Louis like, hey, you got to grow up sometime.
Let me nudge you out of the nest.
And later that evening, Claudia joins Lestat in the parlor, where he plays a feverish sonata at the piano by the window. He demands to know what she wants now, harsh chords punctuating his irritation at her very presence, and he adds something else. He's found someone who will make a better vampire than her or Louis. Claudia wonders if that's supposed to frighten her. Lestat just continues playing, admonishing her as spoiled because she's an only child. He suggests that she needs a brother, or he does, as he's grown so weary of them both. Claudia supposes that they could people the world with vampires, the three of them. But Lestat just flashes a sarcastic smile, sneering. Oh, not you, my little Claudia. Claudia calls Lestat a liar and adds that he's upset her plans. This piques Lestat's interest, especially when she reveals that she's come to make peace with him, even though he's the father of lies. Lestat keeps playing the piano, trilling notes with a flourish as he locks eyes with the approaching Claudia. She states that she wants things to be as they were, and so Lestat instructs her to stop pestering him then. But Claudia just wraps her arms around him, insisting that she must do more than that. The elder vampire finally stops playing when Claudia tells him that she brought a present for him. He smiles sickly. I hope it's a beautiful woman with endowments you will never possess.
That was
Yeah.
so
I
mean
know.
for no reason.
No.
How are you mad at me?
I am-
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
A wounded Claudia wonders why he says such things, and regret seems to rest within Lestat's weary eyes. This moment, I feel like you can see that he actually realizes like that was fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something interesting as well, when we see Lestat playing the piano,
Mm-hmm.
Tom Cruise is playing the piano.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
They said that he learned these songs because there's another song later,
Mm-hmm.
which interestingly, and I'll save it, it's not another song, but it's very cool.
Yeah.
And so they had said that he had learned to play them specifically for the role.
Okay.
And I don't know if Kirsten Dunst is playing because whenever we see her playing, it looks very accurate.
It does.
So maybe, I don't know. But Lestat's breath seems to escape him, and Claudia realizes he hasn't fed enough. She can tell by his color. She guides her maker by the hand to come and see. She leads Lestat into the living room, where she reveals two twin boys lying motionless together on the couch. She joins them, resting her head on the first twin's shoulder, smiling to Lestat not to be angry with her, adding that when she saw them, she knew they were for Lestat. She raises the hand of the twin next to her, dropping it back onto his lap as she explains that they're both drunk on a thimbleful of brandy wine. A grateful Lestat rejoices that Claudia has certainly outdone herself, the little vampire promising that she'll get rid of the bodies when he's finished. Her saying that would make me suspicious because it's like,
Yeah.
that's what I was being an asshole about.
Yeah.
She's like, no, I learned my lesson.
Mm-hmm. The score pulses sharply as Lestat mulls it over for a moment before lowering himself to the twin boys. He glances over to Claudia, earnestly asking, "We forgive each other then?" And Claudia answers, "Yes." Lestat offers his progeny a grin before seizing the second twin by the hair and tucking into his throat with a brutal bite. Claudia crosses over to the other side of the room, watching as Lestat drinks deeply, feverish in his hunger, until he suddenly pulls away, weak and disoriented. He trembles. Absinthe? He laughs, assuming that she gave them absinthe rather than brandy wine. But Claudia smirks that she didn't. She gave them laudanum. Lestat struggles to understand, but Claudia continues that unfortunately, the laudanum killed the boys, but it kept the blood warm. The boy's blood still dripping from his lips, Lestat finally understands what she's done. Claudia let him drink dead blood. The score warbles as Lestat crawls for Claudia, swiping for her and narrowly missing as he crumbles to the carpet. Claudia reminds him of the one lesson that he taught her, to never drink from the dead. And he used other words, but yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lestat cries out for Louis, on the verge of losing consciousness as he begs to be put in his coffin. And with the line of the night, Claudia reaches beneath her wrap, a blade now clenched in her fist as she swoops upon Lestat from behind, screaming, "I'll put you in your coffin!" She drags the blade sharply across his throat, ripping it open, a river of blood pouring from this fresh wound and spreading across the carpet. Louis enters the room, shock registering at the sight of what Claudia has done to Lestat.
Louis like, I was just getting a fresh blowout. What's going on? Why was his hair so beautiful?
He's like, look, I was jealous of the curls.
Remember, that's his power.
Uh-huh.
That's all
Yeah,
he's got.
that's right.
All he's got.
Like his hair's been great the whole movie, but the way he came into the room, I was like, Louis, please. We don't have time for this right now.
But Louis reaches instinctively for the young vampire and watches with her as Lestat clutches his throat, reaching out for the both of them. The blood begins to encroach on them, Claudia begging for Louis to lift her onto a chair so as not to stand in it. But Lestat writhes within this crimson pool, shuddering an unearthly gasp, this desperate rasp crackling in his throat as he loses all of his color, his flesh clinging tighter to his skull, his eyes growing a milky white and his frail fingers reaching outward for the help that never arrives. He goes motionless, and Claudia twists a line from Hamlet to better suit her maker. Good night, sweet prince. May flights of devils wing you to your rest.
This looked great.
Yes.
Yeah. He's like, we all wanted to do this, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, you should kind of be thanking her.
Yeah.
It's like somebody needed to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why is he like, what did you say?
Yeah, really?
I'm
What I
a lot
told you
of-
I was going to.
I'm getting a lot of mixed messages from Louis. I feel like you don't want to be happy.
Yeah.
Almost.
It's like, why am I getting so much backlash?
Exactly. They had said that the blood that spills out of Lestat, they wanted it to seem like all the blood that he's ever taken. That's why
Okay.
it's so much. But I thought it was really interesting. Stan Winston took casts of Tom Cruise's face and torso and used them to, it took months. He used them to create animatronic puppets. So there's a prosthetic neck. And they said that after she slits his throat and he goes down to the carpet and is like thrashing, that is an animatronic puppet moving around.
Oh, wow.
And it is so seamless and
Yeah.
it looks so good.
Yeah.
As well as the makeup that they do for him. And like, this was just really, really, really good.
Yeah.
There's something, like, ever since I was a teenager and I watched it, that is so haunting about the way that he dies. Learning that it's an animatronic, it makes it make sense, because it's like, that's why it feels so strange,
Yes.
Yeah.
like unearthly.
Yeah.
But it's perfect for a vampire's death. But waving the knife playfully in her hand, Claudia turns to Louis, wondering, should they burn him? Bury him? What would Lestat have liked? She's like, do I shoot him? Do I stick him?
Yeah. No.
Shoot him, stick him. We got to cover copycat.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Louis just snatches the blade away, throwing it to the floor in disgust. This is when Claudia finally settles on the solution. The swamp.
She was watching Nip Tuck last night.
It's got to get a bunch of hams. And silhouetted against the evening sky, the pair ride out to the swamp together in a horse-drawn carriage, dumping Lestat's lifeless body into the depths of the murky water, watching from the bank as an alligator descends to join their maker at the bottom, with Claudia quipping that Lestat belongs with these reptiles. She adds that he deserved to die. Louis supposes that perhaps they do too, every night of their lives. He eulogizes Lestat as his maker. He gave him this life, whatever it is, and it shouldn't have been this way.
Now you love Lestat?
Yeah.
I don't.
I feel like, I don't know, that it's obviously clearly a toxic romantic relationship, and I feel like that doesn't really come across in the film necessarily.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because it just seems like he's miserable and he hates him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then once he's dead, he's like, but this life that I've claimed to hate, you gave it to me. It's like, I
Don't
think,
get sentimental now.
yeah, like we
no.
just want Louis to be sad the whole movie. And even when it doesn't really make sense
Yeah.
with things that Louis was sad about before.
Yeah.
And I understand that there, again, even especially in, situations of toxicity, there are very complicated and conflicting feelings.
Of course.
It's just not here. Like they just didn't, I don't think they did a good job at showing any of that complication.
No,
We're just
no.
being told, oh, I hate this life. Lestat dies. Oh, well, he gave me this life. It's like, we're just saying things.
Yeah.
I think you have the perfect vehicle to do that, and it's his interview with
Yes,
Daniel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like if you have to spell things out, you're narrating this.
Yeah. No shit.
You can say, I whatever, but I loved Lestat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
true.
You literally have voiceover.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But Claudia reminds Louis that she did it for them so that they can finally be free. Lestat's body sinks deeper into the swamp, the alligator swimming to meet it down below, with blood bubbling upwards and rippling across the surface of the water.
I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I will say it's very funny when we learn what actually happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. It's hilarious for me in a way that I'm like, I don't know if that hurts it or...
It cracked me up.
Yeah.
In the present day, Louis stands at Daniel's side, the interviewer asking the vampire if he missed Lestat. Louis states that Lestat was all that he knew, and it was as simple as that. That's not true. So he is lying in this interview. Like, flat out.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as that.
Right.
Just say it.
Yeah. I will say, though, cutting from what we just saw back to this interview, it made me wonder if Claudia was hiding in here somewhere.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Because it's like, oh, it's just me and you now.
Yeah.
And then we go back to the future and I'm like, where's Claudia at?
Very fair.
You know?
Yeah. What I could never predict what
Yeah.
is to come.
Yeah.
But after the death of Lestat, Louis says that he and Claudia were like two orphans learning to live again. He says they booked passage to Europe, and over the weeks, while they waited for the boat to arrive, Claudia studied the myths and legends of the old world, obsessed with the search for what she called their kind. In the past, Louis finds Claudia sitting beneath a lamp in a library, a large book resting open upon a stack of other books in front of her, and a smaller book opened on top of the large book. It's like, yes, she's studying. We got it.
Intently.
Yeah.
But later that evening, we return to their New Orleans apartment, where nearly all of their belongings are covered in sheets and prepared for the move. Claudia sits at the uncovered piano, performing a beautiful sonata, and is soon joined by Louis, who holds up a cage with two tweeting birds inside. I did want to point out one of the birds is white and one of the birds is yellow, and if we're talking color theory, caution, impending danger, it's kind of setting up what we're about to witness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I was just nervous because birds.
Oh,
same
fuck.
thing. Yeah.
I'm surprised Louis hasn't eaten them.
Yeah.
Louis can't believe they forgot them. He's like, I was going to eat these yesterday. But he says that maybe before they depart, they should set them free. Claudia agrees, and as Louis steps out of the room, the buzzer at the first floor door rings. Louis assumes it to be the carriage and descends the steps to answer it as Claudia tends to her small friends in their cage, taking them out onto the balcony to release them. But when Louis opens the door, he finds nothing but the empty street waiting for him there. He peers around with puzzlement, but suddenly, out of the darkness, reaches the gray, ghoulish hand of Lestat.
What the hell? What are you doing here?
It's so funny. He's like, ding dong.
Yeah, I know.
Really? You fucking asshole.
I guess you got to invite him in. I don't
Yes.
understand.
It's like, is my name off the lease? Lestat's hand cinches around Louis's throat, his grim features snarling in the face of the man he trusted. But Louis is able to pull himself away from Lestat's grasp, slamming and locking the door. He races back up the stairs, scooping up the arriving and screaming Claudia in his arms. But once they reach the parlor, they hear the familiar sound of the piano, and obscured by billowing curtains sits the vampire Lestat, performing a much slower version of his sonata. So this is the exact same song that he was performing earlier in the evening, or I guess months ago, because Claudia's had all this time to study.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
So much freaking reason.
but it's just at a slower tempo,
Yeah.
which I thought was a really cool touch.
Yeah.
Louis stands defensively in front of the cowering Claudia as Lestat bids Louis to listen. He rejoices that there is life in these old hands still, though he admits, not quite furioso, moderato, cantabile, perhaps. Louis stares unblinking at his maker as Claudia leans forward, confused as to how this is even possible. Lestat suggests that she ask the alligator. His blood helped.
Come on, man.
Dude, so we literally saw him eating immediately.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
great. I love it. He says that then he lived on the diet of the blood of snakes and toads and all the putrid life of the Mississippi. And slowly, He became something like himself again. His hands cross over each other, expertly performing the melody as the camera presses in on him, his clothes tattered and torn, his pale flesh dingy from the mud of the swamp, his thinning hair clinging to the sharp features of his face.
He looks great.
Yes.
Yeah.
His song reaches its end with the low note as he leans forward with an admonishment for his daughter. Claudia, you've been a very, very naughty little girl. Everything about this is perfect to me. Like you're saying, his decayed appearance. That shot of us pressing in with the curtains around him.
It's really good.
And it's obscuring him until we get this reveal.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
And his performance, I think that he balances it with humor, but also like the fury of what the fuck was just done to him.
Right.
Lestat rises from the piano bench, but as Louis and Claudia turn to run away, he suddenly appears right next to them, knocking Louis off of his feet and into the corner of the room. He pursues the frightened Claudia, snarling at her as he tries to head her off at the pass. But before he can descend upon her, Louis reaches frantically for a nearby oil lamp, hurling it to the carpet right at the feet of Lestat. JP's just laughing.
That's crazy as fuck, dude.
The fire catches swiftly, flames cascading over the oil and climbing up the height of Lestat's body, the vampire screaming in vibrant pain. Louis reaches for Claudia, shielding her from the horror before her as Lestat twists in the fire, the entire apartment soon engulfed in flames as Louis and Claudia make their exit down the stairs, racing for the departing ship without their belongings. They barely make it there before it sets sail. But Lestat climbs the walls, all fire and fury as he reaches the ceiling, skittering past the chandelier, as his former home below him and everything within it is devoured by the hungry flames. Louis and Claudia watch from the side of the ship, the fire rising to consume the entire quarter, as Louis confesses to Daniel that he stood fearful that Lestat would somehow come out again, to swim through the river like some monster to destroy them both. Smoke obscures the city of New Orleans, and pedestrians scatter, while some attempt to contain the blaze. But Louis shares another thought that found him that night. Lestat, you deserve your vengeance. You gave me the dark gift, and I delivered you into the hands of death for the second time.
I mean, stop making this about you. That was Claudia.
Yeah.
You literally did nothing. You did nothing.
He was doing his hair.
Yeah. He was at the salon.
Yeah, I don't understand this. I'm going to be honest. So again, it's like, no, you should come back and fuck me up. Why? Dude, like,
I
what
think
the hell?
he just has to feel guilty.
No, man, hell no. How long have we been doing this?
At least 30
At least 30 years.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like, come on, man.
It just made me think of Kill Bill.
Right,
When
yeah.
he's like, she deserves our vengeance, and we deserve to die.
He's like, Lestat, if you still feel raw about it.
Give me a call.
But the city crumbles in the conflagration, Louis and Claudia watching from a safe distance as they set out for a new life and a search for others like them. So this burning of New Orleans, they built an entire set on the bank of the Mississippi River to burn.
Oh, shit.
And they brought in period-specific ships from all over the United States to fill the water for the sequence as well. And so that's one of the ships that they're watching from.
Okay.
But Jordan says that they obviously could have done these things in studio, but the reality of New Orleans and the river itself was one of the many things that he had to insist on repeatedly. He said that this and the apartment set were captured with 16 cameras at once because they obviously could not do this more than once.
Yeah.
And he said that some cameras were as far away as 2 miles from the set.
Holy
Damn.
shit.
But yeah, this is a real burn. They burned the set that they built. And that Lestat twisting in the fire and rising up the ceiling,
That looks so cool.
it does. That's a stunt man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they said he's covered in all sorts of gels and everything to keep the flames from getting too hot for his body.
From burning him alive.
But yeah, that I again, when you look at it on the level of everything that they achieved, like that set was gorgeous and they burned it to the ground.
Yeah.
This giant set on the Mississippi River burned to the ground.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But I mean, it did serve its purpose. It looked cool. It looked real because it was.
I will say it does make me laugh a little bit that Louis literally only has one move, and it is to burn
And run.
everything and leave. But time passes, the ship sailing through a thick fog as we find it out on the open ocean. Louis shares that though the ship was blessedly free of rats, a strange plague nonetheless struck its passengers, but he and Claudia alone seemed to be immune to it. He says that they kept to themselves, pondering the mystery of each other, as we watch the crew gather at the starboard side of the ship, performing a burial at sea for a dearly departed traveler wrapped in a white sheet.
So now we're joking about it.
We're at the point where we are killing people and laughing. That's who we've become. I was like, Louis.
Yeah.
This is where I was like, okay, he's done with the rats.
Yeah, no more.
And again, it's so funny that he's like, we were fine. The two of us, don't worry about us. The body slides from a wooden board to splash into the water. And Louis recalls that when they reached the Mediterranean, he wanted those waters to be blue, but they were black, nighttime waters. And we watch as the ship sails past the city of Naples, smoke rising in the distance from Mount Vesuvius as the boat continues into the night. So, something very cool about this shot, that Bay of Naples that you see and the volcano in the background, or mountain?
Yeah.
Mount Vesuvius, that's a 1/10 scale miniature.
I love it. I love it.
That's crazy.
I was so amazed.
Wow.
But Louis surveys the city from the deck of the ship as Claudia captures the landscape at his side in her drawing on an easel. Louis remembers how much he suffered then, straining to recall the color that he had taken for granted in his youth. And again, I know that we have kind of made mention of how Louis is just always feeling so despondent and sad and downtrodden, but when you think of it like that, all he wanted to see was blue water.
Yeah.
And he's like, I will never see that again.
Yeah.
That's really tragic.
Yeah.
But we cycle through Claudia's drawings. Moscow, Giza, Transylvania, or maybe Walt Disney World. I couldn't tell the castle. That's very close.
One of them.
I'm not sure.
She is a child.
Yeah.
I thought it was really cool going through it through her sketches.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was a cool thing to do. I was like, y'all can have her color in a little piece instead of her hand hovering above the drawing. That
Yeah,
was
it's like
funny.
that part's done.
Yeah.
But Louis explains that they searched village after village, ruin after ruin, country after country, and always they found nothing. He began to believe that they were the only ones. We rise from Claudia's drawings and back to the hotel room at Hotel St. Mark, which was a very cool transition, I thought.
Yeah.
It honestly reminded me a lot of the things that we saw in Bram Stoker's Dracula, where things were captured in camera, because that absolutely was.
Yeah.
But Louis tells Daniel that he started to believe that they were the only ones, and that he found some sort of strange comfort in that thought. He smirks. For really, what could the damned have to say to the damned? He stands from his seat to gaze out of a nearby window, Daniel asking him if he really found nothing in his search. Louis answers that he only encountered peasant rumors, superstitions about garlic, crosses, the old stake in the heart. He raises his eyebrows playfully, acknowledging Daniel's previous inquiries. But one of their kind? Not a whisper. Daniel smirks. So there are no vampires in Transylvania? No Count Dracula? Look, I'm sure we've established some kind of rapport, but it's not a time. It's not the time for that. But Louis dismisses these as fictions, vulgar fictions of a demented Irishman. I don't know why Stoker's catching strays.
Yeah.
It could just be a story.
Yeah.
I have to say it like that.
But we soon settle outside of the gorgeous exterior of the Hôtel du La Paix in Paris, France, September of 1870. Louis recalls that this was the city he had always dreamed of. He notes that he was Creole, after all, and Paris was the mother of New Orleans, a universe whole and entire unto herself. The camera dips down the tall columns to find a smiling Louis and a beaming Claudia stepping out of a carriage and walking the long green carpet that leads them through the entry of the hotel and into the crowded lobby. Sweet strings swell in the score as staff follow behind them with their belongings, and we soon find the pair dancing together to the lively music, dressed dapper and delicate for an evening ball.
They're living their best life.
Yeah.
It's like, I haven't seen you smile in
Yeah.
It's good. But later, in their lavish quarters, Claudia twirls beneath a bejeweled chandelier in a new royal blue gown, a quartet of dressmakers tending to the fitting as she admires herself in a mirror. Louis shares that they were alive again, just the two of them, and so euphoric was he that he couldn't help but yield to her every desire. Louis walks alone through the cold streets of Paris, the heels of his shoes clicking against the cobblestone, the vampire gallant in his tuxedo, white gloves, and black cape. He explains that so it was, when he'd given up the search for other vampires, a vampire found him. He continues onward, beneath the large stone arch of a bridge as the bell of a clock tower tolls distantly, but a shadow appears behind him, surveilling his trek and eventually capturing his attention. At a distance stands Santiago, played by Stephen Ray, who mimics Louis' every movement in real time, tossing his cape over his shoulder and tipping his top hat in a polite greeting.
They're just the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
They're pointing at each other.
Stephen Ray. He was in 77 episodes of Crossroads from 1967 to 1968. He was in Princess Caribou in 94 and Fear.com in 02.
Fear.com.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I remember him from V for Vendetta.
Yes.
I think that he's really good in this. He is kind of insufferable.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
They approach each other slowly, Santiago still a mirror to Louis' every motion, until he suddenly raises his arms over his head, tiptoeing over to a nearby wall. With a whimsical flourish, Santiago takes a horizontal step forward, swaying his cape and prancing up the wall, his delightful dance defying gravity as he traverses the ceiling and tips his hat once more to Louis, who smiles in amazement. I do want to say that I'm glad that he did all this stuff because I thought his only power was mimicry, and I'm like, that sucks.
I can tell that he was going to go up the wall. That shot, I was like, he's fixing to climb that wall.
It shook a little bit.
Yeah.
I will say this actually took 23 takes to film.
Oh my God.
And it is exactly what you would expect. They put a camera in a cage at the center, and they utilized a revolving set.
Okay.
And so he is shifting with gravity with the camera being stationary, and so it's hiding all the moves.
Okay.
Jeez.
But Santiago drops down, rising behind Louis and knocking the hat off of his head. When Louis turns to face him, Santiago offers his face a pair of playful slaps, which infuriates Louis, the vampire seizing the stranger by the shoulders and sneering, "Buffoon!" But Santiago just levitates out of his grasp, the whimsical score ceasing when another voice calls out to him from the darkness, scolding Santiago. Louis turns to discover the vampire Armand, played by Antonio Banderas, who stands clutching a cane, his long dark hair flowing in the evening air.
Ooh, a real vampire now.
Yay!
Antonio Banderas. He was in Philadelphia in 93, Desperado in 95, Four Rooms in 95, and Shrek 2 in 04.
Yes,
There you go.
yes.
I love the way he looks.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that Armand in the novel is 17, and I believe he has auburn hair and he's Russian.
Okay.
And so, complete shift
Right.
to Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
But I think that it's very successful.
Oh, yeah.
He bids Louis to come closer, and we find that Louis now stands all alone beneath the bridge, with Santiago nowhere in sight. Irritated, Louis fumes that he's searched the world for an immortal, and this is what he finds. But Armand approaches him, raising a defensive hand to Louis's ire before reaching it into his vest to retrieve an invitation. He hands it over to Louis, who reads it. Théâtre des Vampires, the theater of vampires. In the corner, it says Friday, the evening of the 9th. So they have to print these all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, God damn. Very, very specific.
Yeah.
But Armand implores Louis to bring the petite beauty with him as well. He assures Louis that no one will harm him. He wouldn't allow it. But he asks Louis to remember his name, Armand. He turns to walk away, his long cape whipping in the breeze as Louis watches him go. But on the evening of the 9th, a queue gathers outside of the Theater of Vampires. Among them are Louis and Claudia, the elder vampire warning the younger one to be careful, to remember what he told her. Each vampire possesses a different power, and they could read her thoughts in an instant if she lets them.
But why are we still without? Why do we continue to talk about other vampires like we're not vampires? And why are we not being shown what we can do?
I think what's so weird to me is that, again, Louis is our lead, but there is a moment where Claudia expresses having some kind of a power because she hears something.
Yeah.
But Louis is just like, well, tell me all about it.
Yeah. No,
I didn't hear shit.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
get it.
The crowd settles into their seats within the gorgeous auditorium, the towering pipes of an organ at the far wall oscillating in ominous rhythm, which echoes through stone surroundings. As the large red curtain yawns open on stage, Santiago stands as the specter of death, clutching a scythe in his hand as he addresses the audience. Louis points him out to Claudia, explaining that he was the vampire that he encountered beneath the bridge. A pair of vibrantly dressed vampires, played by Rory Edwards and Louise Salter, descend a long red carpet beneath a flowery archway to take a seat on a small bench within a fabricated garden on stage. Santiago announces, "These two lovers, wandering down the violet way, whose passionate embraces each to each permit no meditations on decay, until they find themselves within his reach." A small explosion bursts at the knocking of his scythe on the stage floor, the bench rotating to reveal a pair of mannequins similarly dressed to the lovers, and with a swing of his blade, red ribbons burst from the fresh wounds of his victims. He cackles madly as the stage dips to darkness, and the audience applauds. Louis claps for the performers as well, whispering to Claudia, "Vampires who pretend to be human, pretending to be vampires." Claudia smiles. How avant-garde.
I was just like, they are hiding in plain sight.
Yeah.
It's very gutsy, but genius.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. I want to say the theatrical tradition is called Grand Guignol.
Mm-hmm.
Guignol? I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, and I will be corrected. But this is something that predates and is kind of the precursor to what would become horror films. This kind of theater existed at this time.
Okay.
And so there were things like this that happened. I don't believe vampires were putting on the productions.
Right.
Well, I hope not, because
No.
this is this. Is a lot.
Yeah.
But Anne Rice included it in her novel, but she had no idea of the historical accuracy of it.
Huh.
But she's right.
Okay.
The stage is now set for another vignette, this one depicting a monk played by Marcel Ures, who ascends the stone steps of a well to retrieve a pail of water, only to tumble inside with one swift kick from Santiago, his screams echoing throughout the theater. Santiago declares, "The monk, whose soul with heaven doth commune and spends his day in pious contemplation, finds he will meet his Maker all too soon, and for all his prayers gets no remuneration." The monk rises an angel, floating to a seemingly certain heaven, only to descend once more into the depths of the well, perhaps finding the depths of hell within it. But the curtain closes as Santiago approaches the apron of the stage, addressing the crowd. He explains that the lesson ends here, and it is this: each one of them his clammy hands must touch, each one must bend their forehead to his kiss. But suddenly, Santiago shifts his attention to behind the curtain, where he claims to hear a mortal fast approaching. The curtain opens again, revealing dusty tiles, rows of steps, and well-lit candelabras. A mortal woman, played by Laura Marzak, is brought to center stage by another vampire, kicking and screaming in protest, cowering fearfully as Santiago creeps closer to her, recounting her beauty to the captive crowd. As she attempts to run away, a wall of vampires in shimmering black robes cutting off her escape, Santiago supposes that perhaps this woman has a mind to be his bride, and perhaps his lesson hasn't ended yet. Completely surrounded, the woman cries that she doesn't want to die, but Santiago counters, "But death we are, and death they've always been." The woman pleads for help from someone in the audience, but they all assume it to be part of the show as the vampires swoop upon her and drag her backward, tearing at her clothes as she attempts to cover herself to maintain her modesty. Louis eyes the performance with disgust as the woman's cries echo through the space, perplexed by what she could have done to deserve such a frightful fate. Santiago states simply that we all must die, and when the woman uses her youth as a defense against death, Santiago reminds her that death is no respecter of age. It can come at any time, any place. He reaches his pale hands to untie her sheer blouse, even though it was wide open and torn in the previous shot.
Yeah.
He bares her breasts as he declares, "Just as this flesh is pink now, so it will turn and wrinkle with age." The woman drops tearfully to her knees, begging Santiago to just let her live. She doesn't care what age will do to her. But Santiago lifts her to her feet, supposing that she shouldn't care if she should just die here and now. He wonders if death had a heart to release her. To whom then would he turn his passion? He drags her to the apron, suggesting she should choose a person from the crowd instead then, a person to suffer as she suffers now. A woman, played by Katia Caballero, rises from her seat from behind her binoculars, begging excitedly to be taken in her place, beaming, "Take me! I adore you!"
Sis.
Well,
Santiago shouts, "You wait your turn!" And the crowd laughs uproariously.
that's funny.
The woman returns to her seat, but up on the stage, the situation is far more dire than they comprehend. Santiago leaning closer to the doomed woman, inquiring if she knows what it means to be loved by death, to become their bride. But in a blur in the background, Armand rises through the flames, clad in red velvet. The cloth, not the delicious cake.
Unfortunately.
I know. An explosion, I know. Like I could have some, I don't know.
That'd be a different movie.
An explosion erupts, sending Santiago and the other vampires scurrying away, bowing before Armand as he creeps closer to the woman, sauntering over with a stone stare and inviting her into his open arms. Unsure of what to do, the woman glances out into the audience, where Louis and Claudia watch from a distance, a look of revulsion in their eyes as the woman collapses into Armand's embrace, sobbing against him and shuddering in fear. I understand Louis and Claudia's reactions because this is a very grim thing that's happening in front of everyone.
Yeah.
But you were fucking eating people on a ship. You lured a woman to her death from like the fucking bus stop or whatever that was in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Like, you've been doing this for forever. Why are you being so...
Especially Claudia. It's like, girl.
Yeah, she's...
Absolutely. You killed your piano teacher.
You had a body in your bed.
Rotting.
Yeah.
Rotting.
Yeah. Let's not clutch our pearls now.
Yeah.
Armand forces the woman to face the audience, who shift in their discomfort, the other vampires crawling forward with a hiss as Armand raises the woman's arms from her side, promising her with a whisper, "No pain." She seems somewhat soothed by his words, his hands reaching to her waist to lower her skirt to the ground, revealing her and leaving her vulnerable as he descends upon her with his supernatural charms. She faints in his arms with a wave of his hand, sinking his fangs into her throat and drinking from her, as Louis admonishes this vulgar display of power as monstrous. Armand locks eyes with him at a distance before lifting the naked woman in his clutches, the vampire's teeth stained in her blood as he is soon surrounded by his slickly cloaked companions. He raises the woman over his head and into their arms, where they lower her to the checkered stage, and overhead we watch as they swarm her like rats in a feeding frenzy, the curtain drawing to a close, and the score reaching a solemn crescendo as they drink the poor woman dry. That visual from above was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, them, like, coming on and, like, jumping on her, yeah.
Nay, come on.
What?
Come on.
Hey, I fixed it.
You were like, gulp.
It's like you were watching something different.
You turned into a cartoon.
I didn't say a word.
I was like, yes, get past it, yes. The crowd disperses quickly from the theater, their hushed tones seeming to signify their regret for ever having patronized such a putrid production. But with the theater cleared of mortals, Louis and Claudia are led down below into the expansive candlelit catacombs carved out of the earth, where they descend a large stone staircase lined with well-dressed vampires. Louis surveys the lower level, hissing his assessment of the space. Monstrous. Like, do you have a word-a-day calendar?
I know.
Why twice?
I said again?
But I would be a little disappointed too if I'm looking for more vampires. All this time has passed, and you guys are living like this.
This is what y'all are doing.
Yeah. Well, we had a nice ass house.
We did.
We were pretending to eat.
Uh-huh.
Like what? What the hell?
We
What
live
is
in the
this?
dirt.
Yeah.
Armand agrees, though he deems it to also be quite beautiful. The camera settles in a low-angle shot, selling the enormity of the space, and revealing a row of gorgeous coffins at the far wall, a crimson throne in the distant corner, and the red-haired Estelle, played by Sarah Stockbridge, her eyes opening at the arrival of Louis and Claudia. So something that really amazed me about this Theater of Vampires, what we see upstairs and the exterior of this theater, as well as this catacomb section, entirely a set.
Oh, wow.
It was built on a soundstage at Pinewood Studios. It was the biggest stage that they had, clearly.
Yeah.
But I could not believe that not one part of this is an actual location.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I would have thought at least the theater was real.
100%.
Yeah.
I was like, that's gorgeous production design.
Yeah.
That's how you get nominated for an Oscar.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly.
But upon reaching the bottom, Armand officially welcomes the pair to his home. He then beckons a mortal boy, played by Louis Lewis Smith. I doubt his name is Lewis, so I didn't. But he beckons him forward, the boy appearing close in age to Claudia. He wears healing wounds of vampire bites upon his neck, wrist, and his hands. But Armand presents the boy to Louis, imploring him to try him.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
We've made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Louis glances upward at the prying eyes of the other vampires, reluctantly lowering his fangs to the boy's hand. But he turns it over so as not to reopen a previous wound, and he takes a drink from the boy's palm.
Yeah, because that's the problem. This is what I'm saying with Louis, right? He's doing all of this like he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you could either react with disgust or, anger, or even I've got to return some videotapes. Like there are so many ways that you cannot drink from this boy that everybody is passing around and not killing, but what the fuck is going on?
We ate before we came.
Yeah.
Anything.
No, thank you.
Make an excuse.
We don't do, anything. But he's just like, well, I guess I'm doing the right thing by not opening an old one. It's like, no.
You're doing.
Louis.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody is like forcing. I don't know. It's just like his passivity is a like drawback for me because it's like, I feel like this is who we're supposed to empathize with or see ourselves as, as him experiencing this. But it's just like, you kind of suck.
Yeah.
Because you don't make a decision and then act like you're the victim when, I don't know. He's just annoying sometimes. And this is one of them where I'm like, you're the good guy?
I think that he, honestly, I think he saw those other vampires and he got scared.
So you're, well,
he can only be pretty. He can't do anything else.
Yeah.
That's his only power.
I don't even know what they're thinking.
It's like, fuck.
They might be saying if I don't, they'll kill me.
Yeah.
Wait, you're dead.
Well, twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
They making fun of me on my birthday episode.
And I'm like, Louis mean, guys.
Like fucking loser.
But do you know what I mean?
Of course, 100%.
It's like you're acting like you don't have a choice, but you do.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah.
The boy winces in pain as the surrounding vampires laugh, and Louis swallows a small sip of blood, awkwardly accepting Armand's odd offering. The boy is led to a large bed in Armand's quarters to sleep, the pair finally having the privacy to speak with him. Armand declares, 2 new vampires from the new world come to guide us into the new era as all we love slowly rots and fades away. Louis asks nervously if Armand is the leader of this group, and Armand answers that if there were a leader, he would be the one. Just say yes.
Yeah, I know. What
my
the fuck does that mean?
Everything's got to be a fucking riddle with you vampires.
Yeah.
Louis wonders if Armand has the answer, and Armand understands this to mean that Louis has questions. So Louis inquires, "What are we?" Armand answers that they are nothing if not vampires. But Louis wants to know what made them, beyond who made him and Claudia before that, the source of all this evil. Armand understands, noting that he saw it in Louis in the theater. His suffering. He dies when he kills. He knows that Louis feels he deserves to die and stints on nothing, but he doesn't agree that this makes Louis evil. He supposes instead that if Louis comprehends what he calls goodness, does it not make him good? Louis laments. So then there's nothing. Armand answers, perhaps. As he drags his hand through the tall flame of a candle, he suggests, perhaps this is the only real evil left. I gotta be flat honest, I am so fucking confused right now.
The fire?
Thank you.
I think the fire was a flourish and just to look cool.
Because
He's just showing off.
Louis like that there?
Yeah.
The flame?
I'm telling you, I don't fucking know anything.
Yes, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
can you just plainly tell me what's going on?
And I thought, like Satan told us on the South Park movie, without evil, there can be no good. So it must be good to be evil sometimes.
I feel
I mean, that's
Right?
one. Sure.
the devil's full of wisdom.
Right?
The only thing that I'm trying to comprehend what he's saying. Louis thinks that he's evil for what he does, but I think that Armand is saying the fact that you don't want to do it, doesn't it make you good?
But you're still doing
Yeah.
it.
I think that
Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that we're just get out of jail free carding this because it's Louis.
maybe.
Like, you're still doing it.
Yeah.
Even if you go home and agonize about it after, you're still doing it.
And I still don't like the fact that they're like, well, there's nothing. It means nothing. Or it's like, what?
That's kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah.
This is when it gets to the point, like I was saying at the top, where we are speeding through things
Yes.
and then kind of being like, well, everybody knows that this is happening, right? As you're doing it, because you've not laid the groundwork for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because this is really interesting, Armand and this troop and what
Oh,
they
yeah.
have going on
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
And I feel like we just hit fast forward as soon as we get here.
So is there any other way to break down what he's saying? Is that what you agree, or what do you think?
I don't know what else it
Yeah,
could be.
I guess.
Okay.
I mean, unless we're all dumb, which we are a little.
It's happened.
Yeah.
A time or two.
I think, honestly, another thing is I think that they're getting by on vibes,
Yeah.
because this scene feels so fucking cool because Antonio Banderas is great.
1,000%.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
And you're just
Yeah.
coasting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Louis fears that God does not exist, and Armand acknowledges that he knows nothing of God or the devil, nor has he seen a vision or learned a secret that would damn or save his soul. And as far as he knows, after 400 years, Armand is the oldest living vampire in the world.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But it's like, if anybody had answers, it would be you.
Yeah, which honestly, I feel like him saying that, I would just crumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would see the exact moment Louis' heart breaks in half. Louis stands distraught. It says he's always feared. But Armand rises to console him, suggesting that he feels too much. So much, in fact, that it makes Armand feel.
Huh.
Very interesting point, and honestly, something very poignant and important,
Okay.
because he's basically telling it all right now.
Yeah.
I'm 400 years old. I know nothing of anything. You and your emotions are making me feel something that I don't remember.
Yeah.
So that's his power.
Empathy.
Empathy. On other people.
Huh.
Yeah, but that
What?
sucks for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But Armand steps away, surprised that the one who made Louis didn't tell him this, the one who left the old world for the new. Reaching a comforting hand to Claudia's curls, Louis regrets that the one who made them knew nothing, nor did he care. Armand shifts his line of questioning to Claudia, but Claudia has had enough of this conversation, imploring Louis to leave with her, telling him that she's hungry and the city of Paris awaits.
See, we could have done that and not drink from the little boy.
Yeah, it's a little late for that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Claudia's like, I'm in the clear. You're.
Yeah.
As they climb the empty catacomb staircase, Louis reveals to Daniel that it was silent as a grave when they left. But as they blundered through the theater, again arrived the thought in his mind. I have wronged Lestat. I have hated him for the wrong reasons. Santiago's voice echoes from down below. How did you wrong him?
That's
God damn it.
rude.
Louis and Claudia stop dead in their tracks, Santiago inquiring about the name that Louis spoke within his mind. Louis simply answers that it's a name that he doesn't wish to say again, But Santiago shares that there is one crime amongst vampires, and it's a crime that means death to any vampire: to kill your own kind.
What?
Nobody told me that.
No.
We immediately find Louis and Claudia returning home. The young vampire incensed as she passes through the foyer. I love that we don't see how this scene ends. Louis is like, that's crazy. Let's get the fuck out of here.
They just Scooby-Doo run.
Santiago's like, that's weird.
So then he can do more than walk on the wall.
He can do a lot.
He can. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like 4 or 5 things.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Lestat could also walk on the wall and read minds.
Yeah.
But Louis can't do anything.
Yeah, no.
Except make you feel.
Yeah.
And that's something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Louis wonders if Claudia actually thinks he would let them harm her. And Claudia knows that he wouldn't. But she sneers that danger holds him to her. Louis corrects her. It's love that holds him to her. Claudia appears doubtful, certain that Louis would leave her for Armand if he beckoned. But Louis insists that he never would. Claudia persists. Armand wants Louis as Louis wants him, and he's been waiting for Louis. He wants him as his companion. He bides his time in that place, finding it as dull and lifeless as they do. Louis supposes that this is true, but Claudia asks, "Do you know what his soul said to me without saying a word?" "Let him go," he said. "Let him go." Claudia crosses over to him, the score somber as she asks, "Is that what I should do, Louis? Let you go? My father, my Louis, who made me?" Louis holds her shoulders, lowering himself to her level, promising that it will be all right. But Claudia isn't so sure, and she rests fearful in his embrace. But sometime later at the Theater of Vampires, with Santiago and the others preoccupied with another performance upstairs, Louis descends to the catacombs below to speak in private with Armand.
What the fuck?
Well, the first conversation did not go well.
Yeah, but
Right.
he's like, I'm not in love with them, man. I mean,
I am gonna
but-
go back.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Without turning to face him, Armand admits that he was waiting for Louis, but Louis wastes no time, bidding the elder vampire to listen. Claudia is very dear to him. She's his daughter. Armand accuses, "Your lover." But Louis denies this. Claudia is his beloved, his child. Louis realizes that Claudia is in danger, and Armand confirms this. He says that he could give him reasons why. Her silence, her youth. He says that it's forbidden to make one so young, so helpless that she can't survive on her own.
So there's a lot of rules that I was not privy to, and I should not be held accountable for breaking those rules.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I didn't do fucking shit.
Exactly. And Louis not the one that
No,
turned her.
he didn't do that, and he didn't do what Claudia did.
Right.
So he's in the clear
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
We watch as Claudia walks the streets of Paris all alone on her way to a doll maker's shop. And Louis insists in Armand's quarters that he was not Claudia's maker. But Armand asks, "Did you kill this vampire who made you both?" He wonders if this is why Louis won't say his name. Santiago thinks that he did. Louis simply states that he wants no quarrel with Santiago, but Armand interjects that the quarrel has already begun. He suggests that if Louis truly wishes to save Claudia, he needs to send her away. Louis turns to make his exit, explaining that if this is the only solution, then he will leave too. But Armand stops him, dangling an offering in the air. So soon? Without any of those answers that you so longed for? Armand reveals that there are answers. Louis simply asked the wrong questions. Armand asks if Louis knows how few vampires have the stamina for immortality, how quickly they perish of their own will. He says that the world changes, but they don't, and therein lies the irony that finally kills them. Armand admits that he needs Louis in order to make contact with this age. But Louis doesn't feel that he's the spirit of any age, explaining that he's at odds with everything and he always has been. But Armand sees this as the very spirit of his age, the very heart of it. Louis's fall from grace has been the fall of a century. Louis asks about the vampires in the theater, but Armand admonishes them as decadent and useless, vampires who don't reflect anything. But Louis does. He reflects its broken heart. He graces Louis's cheek with the back of his hand as he admires. A vampire with a human soul, an immortal with a mortal's passion. He proclaims, "You are beautiful, my friend." He then adds, "Lestat must have wept when he made you."
Oop!
I was like, oh, shit. Louis bristles at the name of his maker, Lestat's name hanging heavy in the air between them. Armand reveals that he knew Lestat. He knew him enough not to mourn his passing. Louis leaves the Theater of the Vampires, explaining to Daniel in the hotel that he felt a sense of peace at last, finding the teacher that he knew Lestat never could have been. He knew that knowledge would never be withheld by Armand. It would pass through him as through a pane of glass. Though knowledge was absolutely withheld by Armand when you didn't ask the right questions.
Yeah,
So-
2 seconds ago.
Yeah, I think you're just in love, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
But again, I wish this is the scene where I was like, why didn't they kiss?
I don't know.
Like, I would love for there to be more of a like actual reason that we can witness and be a part of to show this like conflict within Louis.
Mm-hmm.
And even Claudia being like, look, I know what the fuck's going on and I know that I don't fit into this. So you know what I mean? Like, but it just feels like it's happening so fast and they are not showing us anything.
It's literally been, I mean, you had the short conversation by the bridge, the one in the catacombs that didn't go very well, and then this one.
Yeah.
And I agree. I don't think that that's enough.
If it's this like instant attraction that's drawing everything into question for both of them and the lives that they've been leading, we're not going to be showing restraint. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you can have both. We're alone in here.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, small things, you talk about 20 minutes being cut
Yeah.
from a film.
Right.
So, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, and why are we still going off of if we're visiting vampires, why are we like subject to your rules just period? Like period. We've just got to follow we came over here to be like, "Hey, look, there's more of us."
Uh-huh.
And immediately you're like, "Oh no, you just got to fall in line."
Is it like...
You broke this rule.
Yeah, yeah, like
So,
what?
what the fuck?
We're just gonna go
got
home.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Nobody knows that.
But Louis returns home to find Claudia waiting for him with Madeline, a woman in a green gown played by Domiziana Giordano. Claudia introduces the pair, noting that Louis is shy, as Madeline creeps cautiously toward him, removing an accessory at her neck and revealing a wound at her throat as she bids Louis to drink. So it's not explained, though you do see a shot that can fill in the blanks if you really think about it.
Yeah.
But Madeline is a doll maker, and she is who Claudia was going to see while he was talking to Armand in the catacombs.
Okay.
But you just see her walking into a shop and it's like, yeah, she does this all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't look connected.
Yeah.
No.
But Louis scoffs, turning away, and Claudia rises incensed, raging for Louis to do it, as she doesn't have the strength. Louis saw to that when he made her. Louis scolds that Madeline doesn't have the vaguest conception under God of what she asks. But Madeline leaves Claudia's side, assuring him that she does. Claudia cries that Louis has found his new companion, and he will make her hers. Louis just addresses Madeline, wondering how they seem to her. Does she find them beautiful, magical, their white skin and fierce eyes? He stands over her, leading her to lower herself in his presence as he demands to know if she has any idea of the thing that she'll become. Enraged, Claudia fumes that Louis's evil is that he cannot be evil, and she will suffer for it no longer. Louis begs her not to make him do this. He can't. But Claudia reminds him, "But you could do it to me." Snatching her from her mother's hands like two monsters in a fairy tale, and now he weeps.
I mean, you don't have the story quite right, but,
Yeah.
but I understand the
calm
frustration.
down. Yeah.
Like, your mom was long gone.
Yeah.
Let's not make it like we also killed your mother.
Yeah, no shit.
And also, since when are you not strong enough to do this on your own?
Well,
Yeah.
she can eat, but I guess she can't
turn. Okay. I'm like, we've seen you take down many adults.
Yeah.
Yeah. Claudia intones that she doesn't have tears enough for what he's done to her. She cries, "You do this for me, Louis. Do it before you leave me." But she immediately crumbles into tears in his arms, admitting that yet she loves him still, and that is the torment of it. But tearfully, she worries, "Who will care for me, my love, my dark angel, when you are gone?" Louis asks Madeline what she thinks Claudia would be to her. A doll? But Madeline clutches a locket to her chest, answering, "A child who cannot die." Louis, not waiting a moment to even grasp what she's saying, counters, "A child who did die." But Madeline opens her locket, revealing a weathered photograph of her daughter, who bears a striking resemblance to Claudia.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
And you understand
Yeah.
why this would appeal to her.
Louis gazes lovingly into the eyes of his daughter before settling into an uncertain seat on the couch. Claudia joins Madeline across from him, but Madeline then crosses over to Louis, kneeling before him so that he may make her what they are. Louis reaches for her reluctantly, locking eyes with Claudia over Madeline's shoulder, before finally he sinks his fangs into her throat. There's a moment here that Claudia just looks so sad, even though she's getting what she wants, but I think it's because she knows that Louis wouldn't do this unless he really was leaving.
Yeah.
And that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But sometime later, Madeline writhes in agony on the floor, Louis's blood coating her teeth crimson. But Claudia steps out onto the balcony where Louis rests horizontal on the railing. She worries for what's happening to Madeline, but Louis explains clinically that she's dying and that it happened to Claudia too. Claudia remains fearful, but he explains to her that it's only mortal death. He pleads with Claudia to bear him no ill will, telling her that they are now even. But Claudia doesn't understand until Louis whispers that what died in that room was not that woman, but rather the last breath in him that was human. Claudia, realizing what he sacrificed for her in this moment, agrees. "Yes, Father, we are even." She reaches for him, offering a small kiss on his lips. But suddenly, bursting through the balcony curtains is Estelle, flanked by a pair of uncredited vampires, announcing with a sinister smile as they seize Louis, Claudia, and Madeline, "It's time for justice, little one." I jumped. I hadn't anticipated that.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm like, I don't know about this. Like,
Yeah.
it happening at this moment, them busting in and snatching them up. I'm like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, I didn't love this, so I'm just kind of right now watching to see where we go.
Like, what
from
are
here.
we doing?
Yeah.
After this sequence, I have something to tell you from the novel that honestly will probably piss you off that it's not here.
Okay.
But I did want to talk. There's this flourish in the score that's very interesting at this moment. The composer of the film was Academy Award winner Elliot Goldenthal. He's done a lot of work over the years, including Pet Sematary.
Okay.
But he often works with his wife, Julie Taymor. He did the score for Frida, which he won an Oscar for, and Across the Universe.
Hey.
But they kept some of the elements in the score to be period specific so that we're following the vampires through time very similarly through the music as well.
Okay.
But this section in the score is a tarantella that Goldenthal wrote. And the interesting thing about it is that it was used earlier, right after Lestat danced with Claudia's mother.
Okay.
And so it's literally the night that her mother and herself died. And what are we about to get into?
Okay.
But they drag them back to the theater of the vampires, kicking them to tumble down the stairs of the catacombs, cackling at their misfortune.
That felt like
Yeah.
What the hell, dude?
that felt pretty juvenile.
Louis rises, turning to face Santiago and demanding to get him Armand, as he wouldn't stand for this. But Santiago just smiles at him, declaring death for Claudia and Madeline. But for Louis, he reaches to twist the strands of Louis's hair in his fingertips. Eternity in a box, walled in a dungeon where his only company will be his own screams. He cackles madly that perhaps it will take centuries, and he orders his minions to take them away. The score shrieks as the three vampires are carried away, Louis torn from Claudia's desperate clutches as he screams for Armand to help them. But we find Armand, solitary and silent, as he shuts the door to his quarters, putting his back to the wall and allowing this nightmare to continue.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
I am speechless.
I know. I'm
Fuck
like,
you.
yeah, dude, you're listening?
Louis is dragged kicking and screaming, encased and entombed within a metal coffin, which is chained shut and pulled down a spiral staircase where it's settled upside down into a vacancy within a stone wall. Them dragging him down the stairs felt also. So you can't just do it all down here?
Yeah.
No, that was insult to injury.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like I would have liked them to play this a little more straight. Like, I think them trying to be, I guess, crazy or try to whatever. It doesn't fit too much, because it's like, okay, so I don't even think that if I didn't kill my maker or whatever, you guys were probably going to attack us anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, you guys don't seem like you know what you're doing. You don't seem organized.
Mm-hmm.
You seem very chaotic. It's like, why would I want to be around other vampires like this?
It's like you would have found a reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is odd, honestly, that you think about it, because you're like, this is, to you, this is justice.
Yeah.
Why are you fucking
They're like, ow!
Yeah. It does-
kicking people?
yeah. What?
It's crazy. But I mean, I guess the only thing I can think is like, we're theater kids. We live for this shit. Santiago laughs evilly, bidding Louis sweet dreams as the wall is sealed with stones by Santiago's minions. But Claudia and Madeline are carried into the base of a tall tower, thrown and locked inside. Madeline holds the small Claudia close to her, peering up the height of the tower's interior, where through a grate, the light of the full moon shines down on them. And somehow they fall asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Took
No
a lot out of
coffin.
them. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that too. I don't know. Claudia awakens in fright. A small slice of morning light now casts through the grate, and she rushes to wake Madeline. I understand that she's doing this out of fear, but you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You can let her die in her
Experience is
sleep.
such a-
Yeah, why?
Well, I was just like, dude, for Madeline, and she's like, I just fucking met y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That
See,
sucks.
and that's also, if you're talking about justice, how the fuck is that justice?
It's
yeah,
not.
it's not.
I honestly couldn't believe that this was happening.
No.
I was waiting for a last minute, like Louis kicks the door down, like something happens.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Madeline's eyes open, fear settling in when she sees the sun slowly rising and making its way to the center of the grate. Its beaming brightness becomes blinding, Madeline attempting to shield Claudia from it, their screams reaching Louis, who lies upside down and imprisoned within the wall far beneath them. He cries Claudia's name, and we watch as she and Madeline are exposed to the sun, their skin singed by the ravenous rays of unforgiving light. But suddenly, Armand appears in the cellar, crashing through the stones with a metal instrument and revealing Louis' casket, lowering it and releasing the vampire from his imposed prison. Louis struggles to catch his breath, but upon doing so, his only concern is Claudia. But Armand insists that he cannot save her. Louis rises to his feet, forcing his way past Armand, who cries after him, "I will only risk losing you." But Louis runs as fast as he can through the adjacent tunnel, against Armand's protests, passing various gathered vampires and finally reaching the door to the tower. He opens it, bearing witness to Claudia's punishment shared with the innocent Madeline, the two reduced to an ashen memory, frail fragments forever frozen in the shape of their fear and unimaginable pain from the arrival of the sun. Louis throws himself against the wall, unable to accept the sight before him, finally collecting himself enough to creep over to what remains of his companion. He whimpers, reaching his fingers to touch hers for the very last time, only for Claudia and Madeline to crumble from his soft affection, disintegrating into dust, the debris of their true and final death floating upon the air around him.
Wow.
Yeah.
This, ever since teenage years, just shatters me. It's so sad.
It is, but at least now it's like I don't want to say something was righted that was wronged, because Lestat shouldn't have changed her.
Right.
I get he shouldn't have bit her, but again, he was already starving. He was whatever. Not that he gets a pass, but it wasn't like he didn't do it intentionally.
Claudia's existence was unfair.
Yes.
But it's like the grief.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like, and she, it's just sucks.
Yeah, it does.
It's just terrible.
And she was about to embark on a new life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that is a massive change from the book, and I think that it's one of the more puzzling choices that they made not to include this. In the film, of course, it's them reading their minds and figuring out all about Lestat and what they did to him. In the novel, Lestat shows up in Paris, and he tells them what they did to him.
Okay.
And that's why it all happens.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's basically him being the proof of their crime.
Right.
They didn't kill him, but they tried to.
Yeah.
And so that's enough for this whole thing to be set into motion. And there are rumors that the scene was filmed, but was one of the 20 minutes that was cut.
Oh, man.
Huh.
And I'm very, very, very disappointed that they made that choice.
Yeah. Well,
I think they probably did to make something else more shocking.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe.
But I do think it is to the detriment of the story, because it does feel weird.
Yeah.
It feels like something's
Yeah.
missing.
But Louis steps out of the tower, broken, but with ire in his glimmering green eyes as he marches forward to face the vampires who gather outside of the tunnel. Through the crowd, a smug Santiago offers a smile, and Estelle sits proud of their dirty deed done. But before Louis can approach them, Armand rises from the spiral staircase, holding him back and warning, "Not here." In the Hotel St. Mark, a tear falls from Louis' eye, the weight of this memory crushing him more than any portion of his tale so far. Daniel realizes, so a vampire can cry. Louis acknowledges, once, maybe twice in his own eternity, but he posits that maybe it was to quench those tears forever that he took his revenge on the vampires. And another small change that was made, probably, I don't know if they had the capability or to make it look good or whatever the reason was, but in the novels, vampires only cry blood.
Okay.
That would have been nice to know because I was like, was there ever a dispute that vampires can't cry? Like, we never.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Because he's like, so you can. It's like, yeah.
It's like he's been emotional. He's the only emotional
Yeah.
vampire. So what are you talking about?
And Claudia was screaming and crying for half the movie. It's like.
Maybe he wasn't describing it well enough. And I do want to point out, I think that the whole section, him discovering their bodies that have been burned by the sun, him furious at the vampires in the tunnel, this scene with Daniel at the hotel, I really want to say I think Brad Pitt is doing an excellent job here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we watch as Louis arrives at the Theater of the Vampires just before sunrise. Perfect film, by the way. He crashes through barrels of kerosene with Santiago's scythe, and he tips them to cascade over the stage. The score grows dramatic as he enters the catacombs, tossing kerosene to cover each coffin that he finds resting against the wall. He steels himself, recovering his scythe as he knocks over a candelabra, the fire catching, riding a wave of the flammable liquid to burn every vampire awake. Estelle is the first to rise from her coffin, screaming madly to stop Louis, but with one swing of his scythe, her head is sliced from her shoulders, landing within the growing fire. Another vampire rushes for Louis as well, but is promptly disemboweled for his troubles. 3 other vampires take fiery flight right out of their coffins, only to crash and burn, one tumbling down the stairs and deeper into the cellar. It's very embarrassing. Louis escapes onto the stage, the last vampire down below screaming skeletal as he's lost to the flames. But Santiago is there to meet Louis, once again matching his outfit and mimicking his movements. But as he swirls around Louis is able to swing his scythe with precision, predicting for once what Santiago might do, and slicing him up the armpit and through his chest, severing him unevenly, and leaving the vampire to clatter to the floor in bloody pieces. Louis raises his scythe over his shoulder, surveying the carnage, and making a very cool promotional still.
Yes. He had said that he was underneath the floor with his shoulder and his torso sticking out.
Okay.
And that he had to lay there, I think he said, for over an hour while they got the right shot. Yeah.
It was surprising. I don't think I've ever seen anybody ripped apart like that.
No, it looked really cool.
Like from the armpit up?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I thought it was crazy.
It was cool. I don't know if it worked for me here in this movie. I don't know if I'm thinking this from what we've just experienced. Him going crazy and then cutting him in half with it's like
it is a little jarring because he's spent most of the movie being very
mopey
sad and maudlin, and now it's like an action hero.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Why didn't you do this earlier?
Well, he had no reason to kill them yet.
No, I mean he already had Claudia. He could have done anything. Period. We could have seen him do anything heroic or whatever, and he's just like, "No, you kill Lestat."
Well, I think
he had to lose everything.
Yeah.
I guess he's a vampire. You lost everything already anyway.
Well, he had some
What are you
stuff.
talking about?
He had some stuff.
Just a few things. He had Claudia. But Louis discards the scythe at the side of Santiago's corpse, fleeing the now engulfed theater, beams and debris crashing around him as he escapes out into the morning. The clouds part above him, the sunlight about to bid a sinister greeting to the vampire. But through the fog rides a stagecoach, and from the back of it reaches a helping hand. Armand, rescuing Louis from the fate that befell Claudia and Madeline.
You've got some fucking nerve, dude.
I know.
Yeah. The mortal boy is the coachman, which is like, all right.
Yeah. They made a show of like making sure we knew it was.
It was weird. He's like, ta-ta for now or whatever. It's like, what the fuck is this? It's so random. But he whips the horses, carrying them away to safety. I will say, I heard that in the novel, it's just a very casual conversation. between Louis and Armand's like, I killed that boy, by the way. And that's just the end of that. That's just the
By
end of
the
that boy. And so I guess maybe that's why we don't see him in the next scene that we're about to get into.
Oh, okay.
Right. I feel like just to kind of underline how this film is like, no, Louis the good guy. Louis the good guy. We need to show that the boy didn't burn.
Right.
Okay.
When he burned their home down.
Right.
That's why he gets
So it's
that
like,
shot.
no, he's
Yeah.
Tipping
Look,
his hat.
No, yeah.
He's fine.
But sometime later, Louis and Armand walk together through some lavish location, Louis questioning the elder vampire. You didn't warn them, and you knew what I would do. Armand cops to this, adding that he rescued Louis, didn't he, from this terrible dawn? Louis reminds Armand that he was their leader, and they trusted him. But Armand explains that Louis helped him to see their failings. They were doomed, stuck in their decadent time, and they had forgotten the very first lesson, that vampires must be powerful, beautiful, and without regret. Louis wonders if Armand can teach him this, and Armand is certain that he can. But Louis inquires, but what if this is a lesson that I don't care to learn? Armand doesn't understand, but Louis insists that all he has is his suffering and his regret. As Louis stares into a painting of an ashen-faced girl, no doubt remembering his dear Claudia, Armand asks, don't you want to lose it? But Louis counters, just so you can have that too? The heart that mourns her that Armand burnt to a cinder? Armand swears that he didn't, but Louis doesn't believe him. He reaches for him, caressing his face with a reminder. You, who regret nothing, who feels nothing. And Louis decides that if that's all he has left to learn, then he can do that on his own. He turns to walk away, but Armand calls out to him. Louis had the perfect exit, but Armand calls his name and he goes, yes? He
I know.
turns- It's like, Louis, go! Get the fuck out of here!
I was glad that I was like, do not let him off the hook.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what it seemed like at first.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, again, with the novel, it's a little more clear that Armand is kind of directly responsible for Claudia's death.
Right.
It's not this thing of it's like through inaction or somewhat ambiguous. It's like, no, he kind of set this into motion for a purpose.
Right.
Yeah. And even through an action,
It's still.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. Like, kill him.
Yeah.
Tears filling his eyes, Armand understands that without Louis, he'll die. But Louis corrects him. No, you are dead, and you want me to quicken you once more. And though he admits this invitation might appeal to him, he must regretfully decline. He walks away, his head held high, and we slowly rise from the crumbling remnants of the catacombs where Louis found his revenge. As we rise through the attic and out of the roof, Louis tells Daniel that he wandered for years through all the ancient lands, but the world was a tomb to him, a graveyard full of broken statues, and each of those statues resembled her face. The score swells somberly, the sunlight cast through stained glass, as Louis shares that it was then, out of curiosity, boredom, or who knows what, that he left the old world and came back to his America. The other thing as well is in the novel, apparently after Claudia's death, Louis and Armand become companions for decades.
Huh.
Which I feel they made the right choice in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 1927, Louis sits in the auditorium of a theater, witnessing the premiere of F.W. Murnau's Sunrise, A Song of Two Humans, and he shares that finally, a mechanical wonder allowed him to see the sunrise for the first time in 200 years. And what sunrises they were, seen as the human eye could never see them. And at another screening of Nosferatu, the sun reaches the pale face of Count Orlok, played by Max Schreck, And in 1939, at a viewing of Gone with the Wind, the colors of sunrise cascade across the sky, silhouetting Scarlett O'Hara and Rhett Butler, played by Vivian Leigh and Clark Gable, beneath the stretching branches of a tall tree. Louis explains that it first began in silver, and then, through the years that passed, in tones of purple, red, and finally, his long-lost blue. And we see this beautiful blue in 1978 as Superman, played by Christopher Reeve, ascends through the atmosphere, the Earth floating behind him through the vast expanse of space, the sun shining over his shoulder and illuminating the universe itself.
This part did choke me up a little bit.
Me too, and even going through it, it's just like all that he's been through, and this is, again, as a vampire, and finally.
Yeah.
You know?
And just being able to kind of recapture what he has missed through film.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that was very touching because, yeah, the shit didn't exist. And now he's like, oh, you know, it's not the same, but
it's possible.
It's a sunrise. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be honest, Superman kind of took me out of it. I just think it's funny that we know about fucking Nosferatu and all this, but we don't have vampires. Like, you're the only one where I don't know.
They're just movies.
I know, but you're putting this vampire in my universe now. And it's like, I just don't believe that. I think again, from pop culture and everything we've learned, and I know this is an older movie, but I'm like, dude, there's no way you're here doing this and there's not more other vampires that you can't find.
Well, but he said, as far as like the legends have always been there, he talked about Bram Stoker's Dracula. Like,
I don't know. I get it, but I think if I'm left with you're the only real vampire, I'm kind of disappointed. Like, I'm very disappointed. It's like, oh, that's what we get? Okay. It's it did. I'll be honest. It did make me feel a little, I'm like, it's just funny. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Okay, I liked the sunrise till we got to, like, I said something that I know, and then I was like, I don't like that you're my vampire. Like, that's all we get. I couldn't have got, like, fucking, again, Edward. I couldn't have got Morbius or
Not
like
Edward.
One of the guys, Spike or whatever from fucking
Spike from Buffy.
Yeah, I'm just saying. That's what we're getting.
I feel like even with all of his flaws, I would prefer Louis over fucking Edward Cullen.
Oh, I don't know. He could be out in the sun. Louis can't.
Well, but he's seeing it now, and it's beautiful. And we all cried, each and every one of us.
Especially John Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He told us off mic. But Louis shares that in the spring of 1988, he returned to New Orleans, and we find him stepping out of a theater and a showing of Tequila Sunrise, as he adds that as soon as he smelled the air, he knew he was home. He says it was rich, almost sweet, like the fragrance of jasmine and roses around their old courtyard. And within the green light of the marquee, Louis enters the street, savoring that long-lost perfume. He passes parked cars, police sirens wailing in pursuit of a speeding vehicle, but Louis reaches Britannia Street, which he says is only blocks away from Lafayette Cemetery, and it was there that Louis caught the scent of death, noting that it wasn't coming from the graves. It was old death, growing stronger as he walked, a scent far too faint for mortals to detect. He peers through an iron gate. I am uncertain, but I think we see a ghoul there. Did you see that? I had to do a double take. I was like, are these Halloween decorations? What the hell? But he ventures on, entering a dilapidated and long-abandoned structure, stone lions greeting him at the entrance of the building. Louis enters the space, cobwebbed and condemned, a large bat flying past him and out of a hole in the wall. He climbs a creaking spiral staircase, reaching the upper level and following the scent that led him there. But through sheer curtains, Louis crosses into a room where a familiar voice greets him raspily. Louis, I'm so glad you're here. I've dreamt of this moment. She never should have been one of us.
I know you're fucking lying.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we're telling the truth.
Are you like? Continue.
All right. Dude, it's been a hard 100 years.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
a frail figure rests cowering in a chair beneath a blanket, facing away from Louis, who answers, That's all past, Lestat. Lestat agrees, his chair cracking and creaking as he turns to face Louis, his face gaunt and gray in the low light of the evening, his clothes dingy and tattered, the same fashions in which Louis saw him last over a century ago. And though he sits decayed, he can't help but compliment his former companion. Still beautiful Louis. He knows that Louis was always the stronger one, but when Louis takes a step forward, Lestat jumps back in his chair in fright. But Louis promises that he means him no harm. A small semblance of hope seems to drip from Lestat's whispered words. You've come home to me, then. But Louis hasn't. Speaking from the shadows, Lestat wonders if Louis remembers what he was, the vampire that he was. And of course, Louis remembers. Lestat sighs a smile at the distant memory. No one could refuse him. Not even Louis. Louis admits that he tried, but Lestat just laughs that the more he tried, the more he wanted him. But suddenly, a helicopter appears through the glassless windows, its bright light and chattering blades frightening Lestat, the vampire crying for Louis to save him from the searchlight and that noise. He says they make the light brighter than the day. But Louis just kneels before Lestat, holding his hand and teaching his would-be teacher that this is false light, and it can't harm him. As the helicopter flies farther away, Lestat raises his head, locking eyes with Louis and clutching his wrist desperately. He swears, If you stay with me, Louis, I could venture out and become the old Lestat. But upon hearing this offer, Louis answers that he must leave now, and his hand slips free from the weak grasp of Lestat, the lonely vampire slinking sorrowfully into the shadows as Louis leaves him once more.
He looked great.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fantastic work.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I feel like this scene is very beautiful in its own way because it feels like it's a combination of things, because it's almost as if Lestat is apologizing without apologizing, but then there's still this part of him where he's saying that he could be the old Lestat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I don't know if you really grasp the gravity of what that means.
Yeah.
And so Louis actually standing up to him and saying, no, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
I think that's a very powerful moment for his character.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand the helicopter, but I mean...
They just
Okay.
rolled.
Yeah. All right.
They're out here every
Yeah,
night.
they just do that.
It's like, that wasn't scripted.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Because he hovered there for a second.
He did.
And I was like, what?
It's like, are there any fucking vampires in there?
Yeah.
Lestat has 5 stars.
Oh, shit.
Better get to a pay and spray.
Yeah.
In the Hotel St. Mark, Louis shares that whatever happened to Lestat, he doesn't know. But he goes on, night after night, feeding on those who cross his path, solemnly admitting that though he does, all of his passion went with her golden hair. He crosses the room to gaze out of the window and into the lights of New Orleans as he declares himself to be a spirit of preternatural flesh, detached, unchangeable, empty. Disappointed, Daniel asks, empty? He insists that it can't end like that. But Louis replies simply that it has. There's no more to tell. Daniel rises from his chair to walk over to Louis, who now rests in a chair by the window. Daniel is adamant that Louis isn't empty. He doesn't understand himself, what people wouldn't give, what he wouldn't give to be like him, to have his power, to see the things that he's seen in his life.
That's what you took from that story?
Sadly.
Okay.
Also, teenage Travis took the same thing.
Okay.
Louis laments that Daniel hasn't been listening, but Daniel counters that he has, and that Louis' story is amazing. Louis just tells Daniel to do what he wants with it, give this story to others and learn what he can from it. But running his fingers through his hair, Daniel realizes there's only one way that he'll truly learn, and Louis knows it. He assumes that Louis must have brought him up here for a reason, didn't he? He wants a companion, a link to the outside world. Daniel is certain that he is it. He wants what Louis has, and he refuses to let it in like this. Louis turns away from him, distraught. Dear God, I failed again, haven't I? But Daniel counters that he hasn't failed, and God has nothing to do with this. But Louis launches out of his chair, reaching right for Daniel's throat and forcing his back to the ceiling above them, his glaring green eyes staring a hole through Daniel's soul, and his fangs bared as he roars. Do you like this? Do you like being food for the immortals? Daniel whines. No. Louis growls. Do you like dying? Daniel begs him to stop, and Louis finally releases him, the interviewer dropping to the floor. He collects himself, discovering that he's now all alone in the hotel room. He collects all of his things in a frantic dash, rushing down the stairs and out of the building for his red Mustang convertible that sits parked outside. He hurls his belongings into the back seat, twisting the key in the ignition. The car roars to life, peeling out and racing onto the road as fast and as far away from the Hotel St. Mark as he can get. Daniel nervously peers into the rearview mirror, attempting to catch his breath as he reaches the Golden Gate Bridge. The score swells around him as he checks his neck for teeth marks, and finding himself to be free of them, he reaches for the first tape in his bag, sliding it into the deck and pressing play. Louis' voice returns to him through the speakers as he drives through the night. 1791 was the year it happened. I was 24, younger than you are now, but times were different then. I was a man at that age, a master of a large plantation just south of New Orleans. Daniel finally returns to himself, snarking with a smirk. Somebody change my shorts. But Louis continues on the tape, Daniel acknowledging that it's good stuff. But suddenly, to a shriek in the score, frail fingers within a frilled sleeve reach from the back seat, grabbing Daniel by the throat and forcing his seat to lie back horizontal. The arpeggiated notes of a harpsichord trill at the sight of the vampire Lestat, who rightfully assumes that he needs no introduction. He sinks his fangs into Daniel's throat, drinking deeply from him as the car crashes into the railing, sparks flying all around them until Lestat has had his fill. He tosses Daniel into the passenger's seat, Lestat's face filling out and the color returning to him slowly as he declares that he feels better already. He settles into the driver's seat, steadying the wheel and taking control of Daniel's car. He fixes his sleeve, and he can't help but admonish the story of his former companion on the radio. Oh, Louis. Still whining Louis. He asks Daniel if he's heard enough yet, snarking that he's had to listen to that for centuries. He switches the station, a cover of Sympathy for the Devil by Guns N' Roses beginning to play as he reaches a hand for the startled Daniel, but Lestat calms him quickly with a promise. Don't be afraid. I am going to give you the choice I never had. He turns up the music with a laugh, and we glide above the Golden Gate Bridge, following the red Mustang as it continues across, carrying the vampire Lestat and his possible companion through the evening and into an uncertain eternity as the credits roll. So, What did you guys think of Interview with the Vampire?
What a good little movie. I did enjoy that. I'm going to be honest, I'm not fond of the end at all. I honestly don't like it at all, but I think everything else leading up to it was fine. Like I said, I really enjoyed the movie. I think it's a good movie. I don't think it's great. That's my opinion, but I you know what I mean? I like a lot of the makeup work. Looks great. A lot of the sets, what they did, again, those ships in the sea and just like all that looks really cool. I don't know. I feel like introducing gifts or powers or whatever to these vampires later on, or as we meet them, we never meet or we're never introduced to what Louise is. I guess just him being beautiful. That was it. Empathetic, but I mean, come on, that's it. Like this dude's walking on the wall and fucking disappearing super quick and showing up on the other side of me. And I guess he did kind of do that with Daniel at the beginning,
right?
With the light,
yeah.
But I mean, again, why aren't you doing that in these other instances when you need it? Like it only feels like these gifts that these vampires have are only coming out when they need to. Other than that, it's not ever there. Because if I can do that, Lestat, we're fighting and I can move just as fast too. But he never does it. Like it's just there's a couple of times when it's like, you could have been done with this a long time ago, or this story could have been fucking 30 minutes long. It's like, I don't understand. Them getting, to France and then meeting the other ones. I was hoping for something. I don't know what I was hoping for, but it wasn't that. Them being silly and whatever later, I was like, oh shit, this is kind of weird. And the ending, that was going to be a no for me. I did not like the cover. It made me mute the TV. And
that's a lot.
It really did. I'm going to be honest. I did not like that at all. That I would have liked the original better. But I mean, we got that. And Lestat, and maybe I'm missing something. So, did Louis set this dude up, or did he's just like, I'm here now and I'm gonna eat you?
My understanding of it is the beginning of the film was Lestat arriving in San Francisco.
Okay,
and he's listening to Louis tell his story outside. And then whenever everything goes to shit, he jumps into the back of Daniel's car as he speeds off.
Okay. I mean, even that, if you can do that, why didn't you do that earlier? So you mean to tell me your whole plan was to sit in that chair for 100 years, wait for Louis to come back so you can tell him whatever, get scared by a helicopter. Then as soon as he's having an interview, you're going to jump in there. And if you were able to do this, why didn't you do this before?
We don't know how much time has passed.
Either way, if you're able to do that, you could have done that at any time.
I don't know. It took him like 3 months just to get out of the fucking swamp after eating that alligator and stuff.
But even that, there's more than that in the swamps. Like you could have found anything, but it's like, no, I stuck to snakes and alligators. It's like I said, it's minor gripes, but it's, I think in an overall for me, getting to that end, it's like, oh man, you had me until Lestat came back. And it's like, I just didn't, because I think I like the character, but I don't know if that I'm back bitches really worked for me at the end.
I think it works well for me just because I think that Lestat as a character is so compelling and charismatic that to see him again feels like a stinger at the end of the film. And so I think that it works really well. In the novel, if I'm not mistaken, Louis does drink from Daniel and then he leaves. And then the end of the novel is Daniel on his search to find Lestat.
Okay.
I think that kind of works better. But I almost feel like if we are going to do this ending, because it does feel like a very movie ending.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that I almost like the idea of Louis did go back to him. And they're bonded in this weird way. And they both have no one. And he doesn't want to have done it, but he did. And he tells this dude his story and then throws him to Lestat. Like to unburden himself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That is kind of interesting because it calls back to this dynamic of we can't get away from each other. Like we're bonded in this sick and toxic way, and I don't even want to be here with you, but we're back here together.
And it would fit in because I'm not going to turn anybody else. I'm just going to fucking stay with you then.
Right.
Another thing that could work as well is if it's almost this reversal of Lestat needing Louis to teach him how to be more human, rather than Louis needing Lestat to teach him how to be more like a vampire.
Okay.
And so it's, that could work, but then at the same time, it's like, can Lestat change?
Yeah, probably not.
No, probably not.
Yeah,
Probably not.
You know.
But I mean, I think that that's kind of compelling on its own.
That's fair, yeah.
If we're going to bring him back at all, I think that that is almost a more interesting story than these two dudes are just both doing their own thing in San Francisco, and he's dropping at the window, and then, I'm gonna grab that dude when he leaves. Like, I mean, I don't know.
I guess, maybe what Daniel thought Louis saw in him, Lestat saw in him instead, and is going to make him his companion.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of teased too, with him being like, I'm going to give you a choice, whatever.
I will say about the Guns N' Roses of it all.
Okay.
They were signed to Geffen Records, and
that makes sense.
That explains David Geffen, his involvement and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think the lyrics of the song fucking fit this so amazingly. With Sympathy for the Devil.
Yeah.
If Lestat was worse, he's just an annoyance.
Well, but he's
for a lot of
he's just an annoyance.
He is
he's not
terrible, but
I think that's the thing too. If you're gonna make him evil, or you want me to be like he's the devil, then he needs to be that way. He's just a bad friend. Like, he's literally just a bad friend the whole movie, and he is like, again, you do whatever you want, eat rats. He came back and saved him from the fucking burning building.
He did.
Like, he does want to be with him.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if he was more evil, it would be like I pulled him out when you're halfway burnt, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna feed you to health, however long that takes. Okay, you're evil. You're playing with me. You were like, I'm not gonna let my baby get hurt, and he came back and saved him. But if he was more evil, then
I think he's in. If you look at it that way, he is Louis' devil. That's how Louis sees it, and that's how he told the story.
I mean, I guess. I just, for me, I think it might be the combination of the you, like you said, the movie ending, and then me just not wanting that. I don't know what I wanted, like I said, but that for me just didn't work. I just didn't like it.
I did like the song. I just think that the only thing missing from the ending for me is a little bit more depth to it, because what we get, it just feels like a boo, he's back. Like it just feels like a very movie ending. Like, I know I already said that, but that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I think that this movie is really good. Everything technically is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
I think the performances are good. I don't care for Tom Cruise. I think the casting is really weird, but I think he does a good job as Lestat.
Mm-hmm.
I think this movie's just really cool. It looks very cool. A lot of the scenes really work. My issue is just narratively, especially toward the back half of the film, it just does not feel cohesive to me. And things just would have hit harder if we had spent more time within these dynamics, or establishing this instant, deep connection between Armand and Louis, or this like push-pull of Louis and Lestat even. I mean, Louis just spends so much of this film moping that I do sympathize with him, but it gets to a point where it's like, dude, take some fucking agency. Like, you're still going to drink from this child, this little boy? Like, it's just like, Louis, get up. Like, what the hell? It gets annoying after a certain point. And so it was nice at the end to kind of see him boss up and stand up, turn his back on Lestat, only for the whole ending to be Lestat being Lestat. So, I mean, even that is undermined.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that it's undermined. I think that Louis is still doing what he needs to do for himself.
Maybe not for Louis, but for the story.
Well, he was going to come back.
Because that should have been the end of him, leaving him to kind of wither, which is what Louis' fate was supposed to be.
To Louis, he thinks that is exactly what happened and is happening.
Well, newsflash.
Yeah. I was alive the whole goddamn time.
I don't know. There's just some things that I would change narratively. I am interested in reading the book because it sounds like there's some pretty important differences, and I would like to see how those things kind of play out differently, as well as how the series goes on beyond. But I mean, I think this is good. I did like it. I just am a little disappointed because we have all the makings here for this to be a movie that, as John Paul says, would be right up my ass.
Yeah.
And it's just not there. Narratively, there are just some things that leave me wanting. That whole vampire theater troupe is cool as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like we don't do what we could have. We don't go as far as we could have. We don't flesh it out the way that we could have. They just become these like caricatures of like wild, evil vampires that are just out for vengeance for rules that we didn't know existed until we met them. You know what I mean? It's just, there are things that happen, it feels like, just to push the movie forward instead of adhering to the story that we've established or are trying to establish, if that makes sense.
I get that. I think learning the rules so late, also you kind of find yourself in Louis' shoes because it's like, God damn, why didn't fucking Lestat tell me any of this?
Right.
Yeah.
And you do feel like he did fail you as a maker.
Yeah.
And he did.
He did.
But yeah, I think that this is good. I wasn't blown away like I had kind of hoped I would have been, but it was still an enjoyable watch. I would watch it again.
I think that that's fair. I think that that is the only thing that is kind of a shortcoming for me is like not seeing a lot of these dynamics fleshed out.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't help but wonder, you're like 20 whole minutes are cut from this film. What's in those 20 minutes?
And maybe it's just that disconnects me from enjoying that ending or some of what's happening in that back half, because it does feel fast, and it is that too. It feels like we just have to hurry to push what we need to get to the next scene so this is over. And it does feel a little, I guess, kind of discombobulating after a while.
A little bit, yeah.
I think that really is its major shortcoming, but for me, I think that everything else kind of outweighs it in a way that it's such a maybe, and nostalgia, of course, has a big thing to do with it. To where I think that you kind of overlook and can forgive a lot of things because it's like, I remember how I felt the first time I watched this.
Right.
You know? And so it is these things that maybe don't add up as much now. Like firstly, I feel like they should have really gone further or all in on the idea of romance.
Definitely. That's a big like misstep.
Yeah, and it's so strange to me because it's like we're saying all these things, but we're not saying these things.
Yeah.
You know? And so it was just, I don't know, it was a little peculiar to me, but I think that is something that could definitely be improved. We can slide into ratings. I feel like we've been talking a long time. I think that everything that you've both said is true regarding the narrative. I think that there are some things that are left a little where there is some left to be desired, but I think that there are other things that if you think about it a little bit more or dig into it a little bit deeper, you're like, well, I guess they did kind of set the seeds for these things. Or like whenever I was joking earlier that I'm like, you know, fucking Louis, he suddenly wants to be a scholar or something.
Yeah.
But they have in earlier scenes where he's like, teach me, and it's not working.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are some things that are set there. And sometimes, again, it takes more than one watch to be like, oh, yeah, I guess they were. There's so much going on in this film that it's hard to really pick up on everything.
Right.
But I think that the things that don't work for me, like those things, you kind of put them on the back burner and look at what else is there. You see that production design. Mm-hmm. These sets are fucking incredible.
Yeah.
That digital work that I would never even guess was digital at all.
Yeah.
Things that they are able to accomplish and do in a way that is so seamless. Lestat's death in the hotel.
Yeah.
That was wild. This animatronic that gives you just this feeling of just like, oh, I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's upsetting me a lot.
Yeah.
But it looks amazing. I think, I don't know. And the characters, even if they can be a little disappointing at times, I feel like they are compelling in their own ways. Mm-hmm. Everything about Claudia is just so tragic to me.
Yeah.
And seeing her grow up, but not grow up.
Yeah.
And try to navigate this life that she didn't ask for, that she was just thrown into, and the difficulties of it when the people who are supposed to be giving you guidance kind of aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing, too. Nobody knows anything.
No.
He asked Lestat. Lestat says he has no idea. Claudia asks Louis. Louis has no idea. Louis asks Armand. Armand has no idea. It's like, none of you guys know anything of what you're doing.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe that's the tragedy of it all, and that's why Louis is the way that he is at the end of the film with Daniel.
Okay.
Because he's like, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Which is honestly very bleak.
Yeah.
Where he's traveled all these years in search of an answer, and the answer is it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it means nothing.
That's really, really dark.
Yeah.
But it's a vampire film, and you're dealing with all these existential things. It works, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And honestly, I think that's the other thing is that, you know, in that thing, I feel like the idea of love can be the answer to this void.
Okay.
And the fact that we don't go all in on it, it kind of makes it a little, it doesn't land as it should.
For sure.
But again, I know I said some things about Brad Pitt's acting. I think that I would say 82% of the time, I think he's on point.
82.
But that 18% is very strange to me, and I don't know why they didn't go back and do another take.
Yeah.
You were there for 100 days. But I think Tom Cruise is fantastic in this film. He is such an interesting character to watch. He's one of the, like, and it's not fair to Louis because when he's on screen, you're like, what the fuck is Lestat going to do?
Yeah.
I know Louis is going to sulk.
Yeah.
What is going to happen, you know? And Kirsten Dunst, amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible performance. Probably one of the best child acting performances I've ever seen.
Okay.
Music is great. The cinematography is great. I love being in New Orleans again. We keep going back there. I can't wait until we actually go to there.
Oh, yeah.
But I am glad we got to talk about this for my birthday film this year. Revisiting it after all these years, there are things that do not work, but I think that feeling this level of nostalgia around a birthday is kind of just perfect. So for me, out of 10, Christian Slater. I like them a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Out of 10 tragic tales on tape, I am going to give Interview with the Vampire 8.5 tragic tales on tape out of 10. Asking me as a teenager, this film is a 10 out of 10. I understand that it is not.
Yeah.
But goddamn, do I still think it's great. But I will now open the floor to you.
Yeah, I think I said enough kind of earlier about how I felt. And I do like the movie. Again, the set designs, the costumes, the makeup, everything looks really, really good. And I think the more we talk about it, it is just that kind of that pacing in the back or the story and kind of how it is. And because I don't mind it. Like I said, I do. If you asked me in a week, in 2 months, in 2 years, is Interview with the Vampire good? Yeah. Should I watch it? Of course. But I do think that, like you said, babe, I think there's just something that's lacking for me. Something's missing, and it's not allowing me to fully be immersed in what's going on. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if it's when Tom Cruise is there, what I don't, because he does do fine. I like the character. I will be honest, after he goes and then Claudia and Louis are just kind of gone, I honestly forgot about him after a while. And I was just like, oh, Armand, what are we doing?
Uh-huh.
Oh, these dudes, what are we doing? Oh, this theater. I completely forgot about him. But again, he does do good. But I think after a while, it's like I'm worried about what Claudia and Louis are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I want to know. I want to go on some of these adventures with you guys. I want to see problems that you guys figure out together. Or is she the one that's pushing you to eat? You know what I mean? Because you weren't before and all
suddenly,
of a sudden you are now. It's like there's just some things that I get that it's like, okay, fill in the blank or whatever. And I don't necessarily want to be spoon-fed, but I mean, there's also things I feel like we should see or know that we're not. And it's like, okay, I guess if I've got to guess, but then later on something happens, it's like, okay, then I guess I'm wrong. You know what I mean? So it's just like, all right, whatever. But I would recommend the movie. Again, I would watch it again. It's a really good movie. But with all that to say, for me, on a scale from 1 to 10 tragic tales on tape, I am going to give Interview with the Vampire a 7 out of 10 tragic tales on tape. I did like the movie. Like I said, there's just some things that I'm like, all right. I could have felt like could have been a little different, but I understand why they made those choices. And I've always remembered this to be Interview with a Vampire. I did not know
I was gonna
it
say,
was the.
I learned very recently, like in the last couple years, that it's the. And I feel like it's a Mandela effect situation because I clearly remember it being Interview with a Vampire.
I thought, yeah, because it's
very
a,
possible.
it's one.
He is.
He's not like the.
He's the man.
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah, I think I already said what worked for me and what didn't. This is still a really entertaining film. I just think when you have such an interesting trajectory for a story and such interesting characters, I just really want to see that through and represented in a satisfactory way narratively.
Okay.
And it just feels lacking in that department. But is it like Interview with the Vampire sucks or whatever? It's like, no, this is still a really good movie. There's just something once the credits start rolling that I'm like, I'm unfulfilled. There's just something missing. But again, it honestly makes me want to visit the TV show.
Right.
Because I feel like what I'm bitching about could be addressed in just giving more time.
Yeah.
And more, room for these characters and these relationships and dynamics to develop over time.
Yeah.
I think that maybe that would shut me up and that I finally be, satisfied.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm fulfilled.
Right.
Yeah.
But right now I'm Hamilton and I'm not satisfied.
All right.
But instead of rehashing everything again, I'll just say on a scale from 1 to 10 tragic tales on tape, I gave Interview with the Vampire 7.5 out of 10 tragic tales on tape. This is a good movie. It's entertaining. It's beautiful. It's interesting. There's just a little piece.
Yeah.
A little piece missing.
Cue the Guns N' Roses.
Yes.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Interview with the Vampire, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at Juggalo Daddy 84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to over 300 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, regret is a burden of being human, but to never find forgiveness for yourself can turn a lifetime into an eternity. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Fantastic work. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker,
Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H, August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jaden Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep,
Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Mumford, Evil Chris, Rex Term Raul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Skin Deep, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Almos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Knox Nocturnal, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker Fokker, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samira Samuels, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, It's Austin Buttercrush, Kimberly Martinez, James Floyd, Estefany, Hope Mowry, Abel the Camel, DGS, J. Taylor Art UK, Robert Murdoch, GQ, Danielle Carter, Jason Moore, please, Nostly, Emily Jeffries, Joey Monda, Madison Basal, Jasmine, Midnight Martini, Victor Rushing, Gavin Annette, Jennifer Monahan, Beetle Babley, Lucille Brooker, Tono and Tone, Mick K. Dingus, Brian Highsmith, Abigail Spitzer, Christina Juarez, Billy Williams, Robert Quadriguez, Wispy Rainbow, Bionic Shoulder Blade, Zachary Luke, Squid Fart, Amy Goodman, and Spooky Gal 89. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all so much.
We appreciate each and every one of you, and we'd just like to say once more, thank you very much.
Very good.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, team.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Until next time.